I'm 32 now, and I live in a house with a state-of-the-art security system. Motion-activated floodlights, ring cameras at every entry point, and a deadbolt on my bedroom door that I engage every single night before I even think about closing my eyes. People who know me think I'm paranoid. They make jokes about my fortress, but they weren't there 10 years ago. They didn't live through the summer I spent in that drafty, third-floor walk-up in a town where nobody thought to lock their doors. In my early 20s, I was the definition of invincible. I had just landed my first real job as a junior graphic designer, and I'd found a studio apartment that felt like a steal. It was an old Victorian house converted into 3 units. I was at the very top, tucked under the eaves. It was isolated, sure, but I loved the privacy. I loved the way the streetlights didn't reach my windows. I felt like I was in my own little world, high above the rest of the neighborhood. That summer was brutal. The humidity was like a wet wool blanket, and my apartment didn't have central air. I had one rattling window unit in the kitchen, but it didn't do much for the bedroom. So I started a habit. I'd leave my bedroom door wide open to catch the cross breeze from the kitchen, and I'd sleep with the lights on in the hallway. I know that sounds childish, but the darkness in that old house felt heavy, and the light made me feel less alone. The first night things changed. It wasn't a scream or a crash. It was just a shift in the air. I remember waking up at exactly 3:14 a.m. I know the time because the red glow of my alarm clock was the only thing I could see clearly. My heart was thumping against my ribs for no reason. I felt that prickle on the back of my neck, the biological alarm. We all have that tells us we're being watched. I sat up, squinting into the hallway. The light was still on. Everything looked normal, but the silence wasn't right. It was too thick. I told myself it was just the heat, or maybe a stray cat on the fire escape. I went back to sleep, but the seed was planted. The dread had found a home. The next day, I tried to be rational. I told myself I was just stressed from work. I made sure the door to the main stairwell was locked. I checked the window locks. Everything was secure. But that night, the feeling came back stronger. I was lying in bed, staring at the rectangle of light the hallway threw onto my bedroom floor. I was drifting off when I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a fingernail running slowly along the wood of the door frame. I froze. I didn't breathe. I stared at the edge of the door, waiting for a hand to curl around it, waiting for a face to peer in. My mind was racing, trying to find a normal explanation. Mice? I thought. Termites. The house settling. But the sound was deliberate. It had a tempo. It lasted for maybe 30 seconds, then stopped. I stayed awake until the sun came up, clutching a heavy glass paperweight I kept on my nightstand. When the light of morning finally filled the room, I felt stupid. I looked at the door frame. There were no marks, no signs of an intruder. I told myself I'd imagined it, that the heat was playing tricks on my brain. By the third night, the rationalization was failing. I was exhausted, the kind of tired that makes your bones ache, but I was terrified to close my eyes. I decided to leave the bedroom light on too. I wanted zero shadows. I wanted to see everything. I fell into a fitful sleep around 2:00 a.m. I woke up an hour later to the sound of my bedroom door creaking. I had left it wide open, but now it was half closed. My stomach did a slow, sickening roll. There was no draft in that apartment. The air was dead still. I stared at the door, my eyes burning from the bright overhead light. "Hello," I whispered. My voice sounded small and pathetic. There was no answer. I got out of bed, my legs feeling like jelly, and pushed the door back open. The hallway was empty. The kitchen was empty. The front door was still dead bolted from the inside. That's when I saw it. On the floor, right where the door had been resting, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. It hadn't been there when I went to bed. I picked it up with trembling fingers and smoothed it out. It wasn't a note. It was a candy wrapper, a brand I didn't buy, a brand I hadn't eaten in years. It was sticky, as if it had recently been held in someone's hand. The logic shattered. Someone was in here. Someone was moving around while I slept. But how? I was on the third floor. The fire escape was outside the kitchen window, but I'd checked that lock a dozen times. I felt a surge of primal panic. My apartment, my sanctuary, was no longer mine. I wasn't alone. I grabbed my phone, thinking about calling the police, but what would I say? Someone left a candy wrapper in my room. They'd think I was crazy. I decided I would stay awake. I'd catch them. I grabbed a kitchen knife and sat on my bed, facing the door. Hours passed. The silence of the house was deafening. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a footstep. Around 4:30 a.m., I started to nod off despite the adrenaline. My head snapped down and I jerked awake. That's when I heard the breathing. It wasn't coming from the hallway. It was coming from asterisk under asterisk the bed. It was a wet, heavy sound, slow, deliberate. I sat perfectly still, the knife trembling in my hand. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would bruise my chest. I didn't move. I didn't scream. I just listened. The person underneath me was waiting. They were listening to me just as I was listening to them. I knew I couldn't stay. I knew that if I looked down, if I made eye contact with whatever was under there, I wouldn't make it out. I had to move. Now. I didn't pack a bag. I didn't grab my shoes. I stood up on the bed, took a flying leap toward the door, and sprinted. I didn't look back. I hit the hallway, flew down the stairs, and fumbled with the deadbolt on the main door. I burst out into the cool night air, screaming for help, running until I reached the 24-hour gas station 3 blocks away. The police came. They searched the apartment. They found the space under my bed empty, but they found something else. In the back of my closet, tucked behind my hanging coats, was a small, crawl space door I hadn't even noticed when I moved in. It led to the unfinished attic space behind the walls. Inside that crawl space, they found a sleeping bag. They found a pile of the same candy wrappers I'd seen on my floor. And they found a small, handheld mirror. The officer who took my statement looked at me with a face that was far too pale. He told me they'd found something etched into the floorboards under my bed, right where the person's head would have been resting. It was a single sentence, scratched into the wood with something sharp. "You look so peaceful when you're dreaming." I never went back to that apartment. I left my furniture, my clothes, everything. I stayed in a hotel for a week, then moved halfway across the country. To this day, I can't sleep if the lights are off. I can't sleep if I haven't checked under the bed and inside every closet. Because I know that just because you don't see them doesn't mean they aren't there. Sometimes they're just waiting for you to close your eyes. If you're listening to this and you feel that prickle on your neck, the one that tells you you're not alone, don't ignore it. Don't rationalize it. Don't wait for the candy wrapper. Just get out. Because by the time you hear the breathing, it might already be too late. The police never caught him. That was the detail the news reports glossed over. The one the landlord tried to bury under a fresh coat of eggshell paint. And a "for rent" sign that went up less than 2 weeks after I fled. They found the sleeping bag, the wrappers, and the chilling scratches on the floorboards. But the man himself had vanished into the network of crawl spaces like a spider retreating into a wall. The lead detective told me that the attic space connected all 3 units in the Victorian house. He could have been watching the couple on the first floor or the elderly woman on the second for months before he decided my 3rd floor isolation was more to his liking. Moving halfway across the country was supposed to be the hard reset. I chose a sleek, modern apartment complex in a bustling part of Denver. It was all glass, steel, and concrete. Materials that didn't creak, materials that didn't feel like they held secrets. There were no crawl spaces here, no attics, no Victorian charm to hide the rot of a human obsession. My new place was on the 12th floor. I told myself that no one could reach me here. I installed the first iteration of the fortress then. It started with a simple internal sensor, but within a month, I had added vibration detectors to the windows. If a bird so much as tapped the glass, my phone would scream. The first 6 months were a blur of hypervigilance. I kept my job as a graphic designer, but I worked remotely. I couldn't stand the thought of being away from my perimeter for too long. I needed to know that the seals hadn't been broken. Every time I returned from the grocery store, I performed a ritual. I'd check the dust I'd intentionally left on the door frame. I'd check the microscopic pieces of clear tape I placed at the base of the closet doors. If a single hair was out of place, I'd spend the night in my car, parked under the brightest street light I could find. It was during this time that I started noticing the echoes. That's what I call them. the lingering effects of having your most private moments harvested by a stranger. I'd be sitting on my sofa, and I'd suddenly feel a cold draft on my ankles. My brain would immediately scream under the bed asterisk, even though my new bed frame was a solid platform with no space beneath it. I'd be brushing my teeth and see a movement in the mirror, just a trick of the light or a stray hair, and my heart would stop for a full 3 seconds. The trauma wasn't a memory, it was a physical stowaway. I tried therapy. A kind woman named Dr. Aris told me I was suffering from a profound violation of my sanctuary reflex. She said that for most people, home is the place where the sympathetic nervous system finally powers down. For me, home had become the combat zone. She encouraged me to try sleeping in total darkness to reclaim the space. "You're giving him power every time you flip that switch, Sarah," she said, her voice soft and clinical. "You're acting as if he's still there, waiting in the shadows. But he's 2,000 miles away. He's a ghost of a memory." I wanted to believe her. I really did. So on a Tuesday in November, I decided to try. I went through my nightly security sweep. Balcony door locked and barred, front door dead-bolted and alarmed, sensors active. I stood in my bedroom, my hand trembling over the light switch. The city lights of Denver filtered through the blinds, casting long, thin ribs of orange glow across the duvet. It wasn't total darkness, but it was close. Clicking. The room plunged into a deep, velvety gloom. I climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. My ears were ringing with the intensity of the silence. 1, 2, 3. I counted my breaths, trying to slow the frantic rhythm of my heart. "He isn't here. You are on the 12th floor. The door is steel. The locks are high grade." I managed to drift off for maybe 2 hours. It was the kind of sleep that feels more like a light coma, heavy and suffocating. I woke up not to a sound, but to a smell. It was faint but unmistakable. It was the smell of old sugar and stale saliva, the smell of those cheap strawberry candies. I didn't move. I didn't even open my eyes. My body went into a state of catatonic rigor, its phantom smell, I told myself. Olfactory hallucination brought on by PTSD. Dr. Aris warned me about this, but then I felt the weight. It wasn't a heavy weight. It was the sensation of something very light resting on the edge of my mattress, a gentle depression of the foam near my feet. It felt exactly like a hand testing the surface, seeing if I would stir. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, my eyes squeezed shut so hard I saw sparks. I waited for the breathing. I waited for the asterisk scritch of a fingernail. But there was only the hum of the refrigerator in the distance and the muffled sound of a distant siren. Eventually, the weight lifted. The smell dissipated. I stayed frozen until the sun began to bleed through the blinds, turning the orange ribs into pale yellow bars. When I finally summoned the courage to look, there was nothing. No candy wrapper, no note, no one under the platform bed. But when I went to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face, I stopped dead. On the steam-fogged mirror from my morning shower the day before, someone had drawn a small, lopsided smiley face. And underneath it, in the drying residue of the condensation, were 3 words I hadn't noticed when I'd gone to bed, still so peaceful. I didn't call the police this time. I knew how it would look. A woman with a history of stalking trauma claiming a ghost wrote on her mirror in a locked, high-security apartment. Instead, I went to a hardware store. I bought 3 more cameras. I bought a motion-activated recorder. And I bought a weapon, a heavy, tactical flashlight that could blind a man and crack a skull. I spent the next 48 hours reviewing the footage from my existing cameras. I watched myself sleep. I watched the door. I watched the balcony. Nothing. The footage showed a woman tossing and turning in the dark, but no one entered. No one moved. The apartment was a tomb. That's when the true horror set in. If the cameras didn't see him and the alarms didn't go off, then where was he? I started to question my own mind. Was I doing this to myself? Was I sleepwalking, acting out my own nightmares? I searched the apartment for any sign of a hidden entrance, but this wasn't a Victorian house. It was poured concrete. There were no crawl spaces, no attics, just a vent for the HVAC system that was barely 6 inches wide. I stopped sleeping entirely. I'd sit in a chair in the corner of the room, the tactical light in my lap, staring at the bed. I'd watch the shadows shift as the moon moved across the sky. By the 3rd night of insomnia, the hallucinations started. The walls seemed to breathe. The patterns on the rug looked like writhing insects. But through the haze of exhaustion, I noticed something I had missed before. There was a small gap between the top of my kitchen cabinets and the ceiling. It was a decorative soffit, maybe 10 inches of space, purely aesthetic. I had never looked up there. Why would I? It was just a ledge. I dragged a chair over to the counter, my heart hammering a frantic code against my ribs. I stood on the chair, then stepped up onto the granite countertop. My head was inches from the ceiling. I turned on the tactical light and swept the beam across the top of the cabinets. Dust, a dead fly, and a small plastic container. I reached for it, my fingers trembling so violently I nearly knocked it over. It was a Tupperware bowl, the kind people use for leftovers. Inside were 3 things. A pair of my own lace underwear that had gone missing weeks ago, a digital recorder, and a small, handheld mirror. But it was what was asterisk behind the container that made me lose my balance and fall off the counter. Behind the cabinets, the drywall had been meticulously cut away. It wasn't a crawl space. It was the plumbing chase, the vertical shaft that ran the length of the building, housing the pipes and wires. It was a dark, hollow chimney that connected every floor. And there, bolted to the interior studs of the shaft, were makeshift wooden rungs. He wasn't living in my apartment. He was living asterisk between the apartments. He was a shadow that moved through the bones of the building, listening to the water run, listening to the hum of the elevators, listening to me breathe. I realized then that the fortress I had built wasn't keeping him out. It was keeping me in. I had turned my home into a cage, and I had provided him with a front row seat to my slow, methodical breakdown. Every camera I installed was just another lens for him to manipulate. Every lock I turned was a signal that I was safe enough to be toyed with. I didn't scream. I didn't run to the gas station. I was past that now. I felt a cold, hard clarity settle over me. I climbed back onto the counter, the digital recorder in my hand. I pressed play. At first, it was just white noise. Then the sound of a zipper. Then my own voice, muffled and distant, talking to Dr. Aris on the phone. I want to believe her. I'm going to try sleeping in the dark. Then a new sound, a low, wet chuckle, and a voice, raspy like sandpaper on stone, whispering directly into the microphone. Thank you for the light, Sarah, but I like you better in the dark. I looked at the hole in the drywall. It was a black mouth, yawning open, waiting. I knew he was in there, right now. He was probably 10 feet away, perched on a wooden rung, pressing his ear to the back of the kitchen wall. He was waiting for me to turn off the light. He was waiting for the peaceful version of me to return. I didn't call the police from the apartment. I knew that if he heard the sirens, he'd slip down the chase and disappear into the basement before they even hit the lobby. I needed him to stay. I needed him to think I was still the victim he had been cultivating since that summer in the Victorian house. I stepped down from the counter and walked into the bedroom. I moved with deliberate, slow motions as if I were exhausted. I sat on the edge of the bed and sighed loudly. I reached over and clicked off the lamp. I sat there in the orange-ribbed darkness, clutching the tactical light. I didn't lie down. I waited. Minutes turned into an hour. The apartment settled. The fridge hummed. And then I heard it. Not from the kitchen, not from under the bed. The sound came from the ceiling. A soft, rhythmic thump-thump asterisk. The sound of someone crawling across the drywall above my head. He wasn't just in the walls anymore. He had found a way into the drop ceiling of the bedroom. I watched as one of the plastic vent covers near the window began to move. It didn't fall. It was being lowered slowly by a pair of pale, thin fingers. A face began to emerge from the darkness of the ceiling. A face that looked less like a man and more like a creature made of gray shadows and hollow eyes. He was smiling. It was the same lopsided smile from the mirror. He lowered himself halfway out of the vent. his body unnaturally lithe, like an acrobat. He was looking at the bed, looking at the shape of the pillows I had bunched up under the duvet to look like a sleeping body. He didn't notice me sitting in the chair in the corner. I was outside his field of vision, tucked away in the deepest shadow. He dropped to the floor with a sound no louder than a cat's landing. He was wearing a dark, form-fitting thermal suit. He stood there for a moment, smelling the air, his chest heaving in shallow, excited bursts. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, red-wrapped candy. He began to unwrap it, the crinkle of the plastic sounding like a gunshot in the silent room. That's when I stood up. I didn't say a word. I didn't give him a chance to react. I slammed the button on the tactical light. 2,000 lumens of blinding white light hit him squarely in the face. He shrieked, a high, thin sound that didn't belong to a man, and threw his hands up to cover his eyes. He stumbled back, tripping over the edge of the rug. I didn't stop. I lunged at him, swinging the heavy metal casing of the light with everything I had. It connected with his temple with a sickening thud asterisk. He went down, his head hitting the corner of the nightstand. I stood over him, the light pinned on his face. He was older than I expected. His hair was thin and greasy, his skin the color of a mushroom grown in a cellar. He was gasping, his hands clawing at the air, his eyes rolling back in his head. I had him. The ghost was flesh and blood. The monster was just a pathetic, broken man who had spent 10 years of his life living in the gaps of mine. I reached for my phone to finally call 911, but as I dialed, his hand shot out and gripped my ankle. His grip was like a vice, cold and terrifyingly strong. He pulled, dragging me toward the open vent in the ceiling, his strength fueled by a desperate, cornered madness. "We aren't done, Sarah," he wheezed, blood leaking from the wound on his head. "I know all your hiding places. I built them." I kicked him, my heel catching him in the jaw, and scrambled away. I ran for the front door, hitting the emergency release on the electronic locks. I didn't stop until I was in the elevator, pressing the button for the lobby over and over, my heart screaming. When the police arrived, they found the apartment empty. The vent cover was back in place. The hole in the kitchen was hidden behind the Tupperware. The only evidence that he had ever been there was a single crumpled strawberry candy wrapper on the floor and a smear of blood on the nightstand. They searched the plumbing chase. They found his nest in the basement, a small room behind the boiler that wasn't on any of the building's blueprints. It was filled with photos of me. Photos from the Victorian house. Photos from the gas station. Photos from my office. And photos from inside my new apartment, taken from angles that shouldn't have been possible. But the man was gone. That was 2 years ago. I live in a different state now. I don't live in apartments anymore. I bought a small, one-room cabin in the middle of a desert. There are no closets. There is no attic. There is no crawl space. The bed is a thin mat on a concrete floor. The walls are solid, reinforced stone. People think I'm paranoid. They see the cameras and the floodlights and the electrified fence, and they pity me. They think I'm a prisoner of my own fear. But they don't understand. Last night I was sitting outside watching the stars. The desert was silent. The air was still. And then from the darkness beyond the fence, I heard a sound. A scritch, scritch, scritch. It wasn't a fingernail on wood. It was a stone being rubbed against a stone. A rhythmic, deliberate tempo. I didn't go inside. I didn't run. I just sat there, the tactical light in my lap, and waited. Because I know now that he isn't just a man. He's a part of the architecture of my life. He's the shadow that defines the light. And as long as I'm awake, he's just a ghost. But the moment I close my eyes, that's when he becomes real again. I'm 45 now and I haven't slept in 3 days. The sun is coming up over the dunes and for a few hours I am safe. But the sun always sets. The shadows always return. And somewhere just out of sight, he's unwrapping another candy, waiting for me to dream. The desert is supposed to be a place of exposure, a landscape that refuses to hold a secret. There are no false walls here, no lath and plaster to hollow out, no crawl spaces beneath the floorboards because the floor is a slab of reinforced concrete poured directly onto the sun-baked earth. I built this place to be a surgical theater of visibility. Every angle is accounted for. Every shadow is a choice. And yet, as the sun dipped below the jagged purple line of the horizon, the familiar cold began to seep into my marrow. It wasn't the temperature. The desert stays warm long after the light fails. It was the psychic weight of being perceived. I stood by the perimeter fence, the electrified wires humming with a low-frequency thrum that vibrated in my teeth. The sound I had heard, that rhythmic scritch-scritch of stone on stone, had ceased the moment I clicked the safety off my sidearm. But the silence that followed was worse. It was a dense, expectant silence, the kind that precedes a predator's spring. I retreated toward the cabin, walking backward, my eyes scanning the scrubbed brush and the skeletal Joshua trees. My floodlights kicked on, triggered by the plummeting lumens of dusk. They bathed the sand in a harsh, clinical white, turning the world into a high-contrast photograph. Nothing moved. No coyotes, no jackrabbits. Even the insects seemed to have gone quiet, as if they, too, were holding their breath. Inside, the cabin smelled of ozone and dried sage. I locked the heavy steel door, 4 deadbolts, no windows in the door frame, a solid slab that could withstand a battering ram. I didn't turn on the interior lights. I didn't need to. I knew every inch of this 12 by 12 foot box. I sat in my chair, the one bolted to the center of the floor, and watched the monitors. 8 feeds, 8 angles of the desert. The cameras were infrared, thermal, and high definition. If a lizard skittered across a rock 100 yards away, I'd see the heat signature. I stared at monitor 4. It showed the north side of the fence, the area where I'd heard the sound. For an hour, there was nothing. Then, a flicker. It wasn't a person. It was a shape, a smudge of heat that appeared for a microsecond and then vanished behind a boulder. It was too fast for a human, too large for a bird. My heart began that old, frantic telegraphy against my ribs. He's here. He's been here all along. I reached for the digital recorder I'd taken from the Denver apartment, the one I kept as a talisman of my own sanity. I pressed play, needing to hear the enemy's voice to remind myself that he was flesh, that he could be bled, that he could be broken. I like you better in the dark. The rasp sent a shiver down my spine that turned into a convulsion. I dropped the recorder. It clattered on the concrete, the sound echoing in the small space. "Show yourself," I screamed at the monitors. My voice sounded thin, reedy, the voice of a woman who had been hollowed out by a decade of haunting. "I know you're there. I have the light now. I have the ground." The desert didn't answer, but Monitor 6 did. Monitor 6 covered the rear of the cabin, the blind spot where the septic tank was buried. A small, pale object was sitting on top of the concrete lid of the tank. It hadn't been there 10 minutes ago. I zoomed in, my fingers slick with sweat on the joystick. It was a strawberry candy, wrapped in crinkled red plastic, reflecting the infrared light like a tiny, glowing coal. I felt a surge of nausea so violent I had to lean over and breathe through my teeth. He had bypassed the fence. He had bypassed the motion sensors. He had walked right up to the skin of my sanctuary and left a calling card while I was staring at the other screens. How? I had spent $60,000 on this security system. I had buried sensors 3 feet deep to detect tunneling. I had used military-grade encryption on the wireless feeds. I stood up, my legs shaking, and went to the wall where the blueprints of the cabin were framed. I looked at the lines, the measurements, the structural integrity of my life. There were no gaps, no plumbing chases, no drop ceilings. It was a bunker. Then I looked at the floor. In the center of the room, beneath my chair, was the drain. A simple 3-inch brass grate for when I hosed down the concrete. It led to a PVC pipe, which led to the septic tank. The septic tank. The candy was on the lid of the tank. I looked at the grate. It was screwed down with 4 security Torx bolts. I dropped to my knees, shining my tactical light into the dark throat of the pipe. It was narrow, too narrow for a man. But as I stared, I saw something caught on the edge of the plastic threading. A single, thin strand of greasy gray hair. He wasn't coming over the fence. He wasn't coming through the walls. He was coming from below. I remembered the basement in Denver, the nest behind the boiler. The police had said he had been living in the bowels of the city, moving through the storm drains and the utility tunnels like a human rat. He didn't need a door, he just needed a void. I realized then that my reset in the desert had been a trap of my own making. I had picked a location with a self-contained waste system. I had provided him with a subterranean home that was entirely off the grid. The septic tank was a concrete vault, 10 feet long, 6 feet deep, and it was vented. I heard a wet, slurping sound. It was faint, coming from directly beneath the floorboards. Slash, scrape. He was in the pipes. I grabbed a roll of heavy-duty duct tape and began to cover the grate, my movements frantic, my breath coming in jagged gasps. I covered it once, twice, 3 times, creating a silver seal over the hole. But as I pressed the tape down, I felt the air pressure change. The tape bulged upward. Something was pushing from the other side. Sarah. The voice didn't come from the recorder. It didn't come from the monitors. It came from the floor. It was muffled by the concrete and the plastic, but it was unmistakably him. Sarah, it's so tight in here, so dark, just the way you like it. I backed away, tripping over my chair, falling hard against the steel door. I fumbled for my sidearm, but my hands were numb, useless. Go away, I shrieked. I'll kill you, I have a gun. You had a gun in Denver, the voice whispered. The tape on the drain began to peel back at the edges, the adhesive failing against some oily substance being pushed through from below. You had a light in the Victorian house, but you always close your eyes eventually, Sarah. You can't fight the sleep. It's a part of you now. I'm a part of you. I watched, horrified, as a thin, gray finger poked through a gap in the tape. It was followed by another. The fingers were coated in a dark, foul-smelling sludge. They hooked into the brass grate and began to pull. The bolts didn't snap. They didn't have to. He wasn't pulling the grate up. He was pulling himself toward it, using the floor as an anchor to compress his body, to squeeze through a space that no human should be able to navigate. I saw his eye then, a single, wide, unblinking eye appearing in the gap between the tape and the concrete. It was yellowed, the pupil blown wide in the darkness of the pipe. It fixed on me with a terrifying, predatory intensity. I found a new place for us, he wheezed. The grate began to groan, the concrete around the bolts cracking. A place where the light never reaches, under the sand, under the world. You'll love the silence there, Sarah. No more ringing in your ears. I scrambled for the door, my fingers clawing at the deadbolts. I didn't care about the desert anymore. I didn't care about the cold or the emptiness. I just needed out. I needed the sky. I threw the last bolt and lunged out into the night. The floodlights were blinding, a sea of artificial white. I ran toward the fence, toward the gate, but as I reached the perimeter, I stopped. The monitors in the cabin had shown me the desert was empty, but the monitors only showed what was on the surface. The sand in front of the gate was moving. It was swirling, sinking, as if a massive void had opened up beneath the earth. And then I saw them. Not one man, not one shadow. Dozens of them. Faces, pale and mushroom-colored, began to break the surface of the sand like drowning men gasping for air. They were all wearing the same dark thermal suits. They all had the same thin, greasy hair. And they were all smiling that lopsided, terrifying smile. "We've been waiting, Sarah," they whispered in unison, a chorus of sandpaper and stone. "We've been building the sanctuary for so long." I realized then the magnitude of my mistake. I had thought he was a stalker, a singular obsession, but he was a pioneer. He was the first of a species that lived in the gaps, a colony that thrived in the hollows we left behind. My trauma hadn't been a haunting, it had been a recruitment. I turned back toward the cabin, but the man from the drain was already standing in the doorway. He was dripping with filth, his body twisted and elongated, his bones clicking as they snapped back into place. He held out a hand, and in his palm was a single red-wrapped candy. "Don't be afraid," he said, his voice almost tender. "The dark is only scary until you become a part of it." I looked at the fence, the high-voltage wires humming with the promise of a quick end. I looked at the desert floor, teeming with the gray men who had followed me across the country, through 3 homes and 1,000 sleepless nights. I didn't scream, I didn't run. The sanctuary reflex Dr. Aris had talked about finally, mercifully broke. I felt a strange, cold peace wash over me. The hypervigilance, the fear, the fortress. It was all so heavy, so exhausting. I walked toward him. I walked toward the man who had watched me sleep for 10 years. "Is it quiet down there?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He smiled, and for the first time it didn't look like a threat. It looked like an invitation. "It's as quiet as the grave, Sarah, and twice as deep." I took the candy from his hand. I unwrapped it, the crinkle of the plastic, the last sound of the world I knew. I put it in my mouth, the taste of old sugar and stale saliva, and I stepped into the cabin. He followed me in, and together, we moved toward the center of the room. He reached for the grate, lifting it with a strength that defied his frame. The hole looked like a black sun, a doorway to a world where the light couldn't reach, where the watchers and the watched were finally one and the same. "Close your eyes, Sarah," he whispered, his hand resting gently on my shoulder. And for the first time in a decade, I did. The darkness beneath the concrete slab was not the cold, damp void I had imagined. It was warm, humming with a rhythmic, subterranean vibration that felt like the heartbeat of the earth itself. As I lowered myself into the narrow throat of the vertical shaft, the rough PVC scraped against my shoulders, a tight plastic embrace that should have triggered a lethal claustrophobia. Instead, it felt like being tucked into a shroud. The man, the one I had called a monster, the one whose face was a map of my own terror, descended before me with an oily fluidity. He didn't use a ladder. He moved like a shadow sliding down a wall, his limbs elongating and compressing in ways that defied the rigid geometry of human bone. I followed, my movements jerky and unpracticed, until my feet touched a floor of packed, silken silt. We were in a gallery, a tunnel carved directly into the caliche and sandstone far beneath the desert floor. It was illuminated by a faint, bioluminescent glow. Fungus, perhaps, or some chemical byproduct of the life lived down here. It clung to the walls in pale, pulsing veins of violet and sickly green. "You see," he whispered, his voice no longer a wheeze but a resonant, hollow chime. "No cameras here, Sarah. No motion sensors. No one to pity you. No one to judge the way you breathe when you think you're alone." I looked down the length of the tunnel. It wasn't a crude burrow. It was an artery. Branching off from the main passage were alcoves, each one meticulously arranged. I passed a room that mirrored my kitchen in the Victorian house, the dimensions perfect to the inch, but rendered in carved stone and salvaged wood. Further down, there was a reconstruction of my office cubicle, complete with a desk made of compressed earth and a monitor that was merely a polished slab of obsidian. It was a museum of my life, curated by a ghost. "Why?" I asked, my voice sounding thick and strange in the heavy air. "Why 10 years? Why the candies? Why the vents?" He stopped and turned to face me. In the dim violet light, his skin looked translucent, like parchment stretched over a secret. "Because you were the only one who noticed," he said. "The others, they live in their boxes and they never look at the gaps. They walk past the hollows in the walls and think it's just settled timber. They hear the scratching and think it's the wind. But you listened, you hunted me, you gave me a shape." He reached out and touched my cheek. His hand was dry like ancient paper. "A shadow needs a light to exist, Sarah. And a watcher needs someone who knows they are being watched. Without you, I'm just a draft in an empty hallway. With you, I'm a god." He led me deeper, past more alcoves filled with the detritus of my existence. A lost earring from 5 years ago, a discarded grocery list, a photograph he'd snatched from a trash can in Denver. It was a terrifying intimacy, a marriage of predator and prey that had transcended the physical. Then the tunnel opened into a vast, circular chamber. The ceiling was lost in shadows, but the floor was a mosaic of 1,000 different materials: broken tiles, smoothed glass, polished river stones. In the center sat a bed. It wasn't a mat on concrete or a frame of wood. It was a nest of soft, shredded fabrics, woven from the clothes I had lost over a decade. My favorite blue sweater that had vanished in the move to Chicago. The silk scarf my mother had given me. The threadbare t-shirt I'd used for painting. "Sleep," he said, gesturing to the nest. "The sun is high above the sand now. The world is loud and bright and frantic, but here there is only the weight of the earth." I looked at the nest, and for the first time in my life, I understood the allure of the void. I was so tired. The 45 years of my life felt like a single, grueling marathon run through a hall of mirrors. I had spent so much energy trying to be safe, trying to build walls that were impenetrable, only to realize that the most secure room in the world is the one you can't get out of. I lay down. The fabric smelled of cedar, old dust, and, faintly, the perfume I used to wear before I became a fugitive. It was the smell of the woman I used to be. As I closed my eyes, I felt the others approaching. The gray men from the sand. They moved silently, their footsteps muffled by the silt. They didn't speak. They didn't touch me. They simply took their places in the shadows of the chamber, a circle of silent sentinels. "Are they like you?" I asked, my consciousness drifting, fraying at the edges. "They are the ones who were found," the man whispered, sitting at the edge of the nest. "The ones who stopped running. The ones who realized that the architecture of the world is a lie. There are more of us than there are of them, Sarah. We live in the crawl spaces of history. We are the silence between the words." I felt his hand move to my forehead, his thumb tracing the line of my brow. It was a gesture of profound, terrifying comfort. "Sleep now," he murmured. "I'll watch you. I'll always watch you." And I did. I fell into a sleep so deep it felt like drowning. There were no dreams, no flashes of white light, no frantic heartbeats. There was only the hum of the earth and the knowledge that I was finally, irrevocably seen. When I woke, I didn't know how much time had passed. Down here, time was a fluid concept, measured only by the slow drip of water somewhere in the distance and the subtle shifting of the silt. I sat up in the nest. The chamber was empty of the others, but the man was still there, sitting exactly where he had been when I drifted off. He was holding a small, silver object. It was my tactical light. He turned it over in his hands, his long fingers tracing the heavy metal casing. He looked at the lens, the 2,000 lumens of potential blindness, with a curious, detached interest. "You used this to hurt me," he said, not with anger, but with a clinical observation. "You used the light to try and erase the shadow." "I was afraid," I said. My voice felt stronger now, less brittle. "Fear is just a lack of perspective," he replied. He handed the light back to me. "Keep it. You might need it. The deeper we go, the more the shadows change. Not everything down here is as patient as I am." I took the light, its weight familiar and grounding. "Deeper. Where are we going?" He stood up, his body uncoiling like a spring. The desert is just a skin, Sarah. Beneath it are the bones of the old world, the places they forgot to map, the places where the first watchers came from. He led me out of the circular chamber and into a new tunnel, one that sloped sharply downward. The walls here weren't caliche anymore. They were black, vitrified stone, smooth as glass and cold to the touch. The bioluminescent veins grew thicker here, pulsing with a rhythmic, golden light that made the shadows dance and stretch in impossible directions. As we descended, the air grew cooler, smelling of salt and ancient, stagnant water. I heard sounds now, not the asterisk scritch of stone, but a low, melodic thrumming, like 1,000 voices humming a single, dissonant note. "What is that?" I whispered. "The choir," he said. "The ones who have been down here since the beginning. They don't have faces anymore. They don't need them. They are the memory of the earth." We emerged into a cavern so vast my tactical light couldn't find the far wall. It was a subterranean sea, the water black and still as a mirror. Scattered across the surface were small, floating islands of stone, and on each island stood a figure. They weren't like the gray men. They were taller, their bodies elongated to the point of absurdity, their limbs like spindly wires. They didn't move. They simply stood on their islands, facing the center of the cavern, where a single, massive pillar of white stone rose from the water. "This is the hub," the man said, his voice hushed with reverence. "Every house, every apartment, every closet and vent and crawl space in the world, they all lead here. This is the heart of the architecture." I looked at the white pillar. It was covered in millions of tiny, flickering lights. I realized with a jolt of horror that they weren't lights, they were windows, tiny, microscopic portals into the world above. I saw a flash of a nursery in London, a glimpse of a bathroom in Tokyo, a kitchen in a farmhouse in Nebraska. The pillar was a panopticon, a central point from which every private moment, every hidden breath, every secret act of every human being on the planet could be observed. "We aren't just stalkers, Sarah," the man said, standing beside me at the edge of the black water. "We are the archivists. We are the witnesses. Without us, the world above would just be a chaotic blur of meaningless motion. We give it structure. We give it memory." I walked to the edge of the water, peering into one of the tiny windows on the pillar. I saw a young woman sitting at a desk, her head in her hands. She was crying, silent, racking sobs that shook her shoulders. She thought she was alone. She thought her grief was a private thing, contained within the four walls of her bedroom. But through the window, I could see the shadow in the corner of her room, a figure just like the man standing beside me, watching her with a terrifying, absolute devotion. "Does she know?" I asked. "She suspects," the man said. "She hears the floorboards groan. She feels the cold draft when the windows are shut. Soon, she'll start buying the locks. She'll start installing the cameras. And eventually, she'll find her way to the gaps. I felt a wave of profound, soul-crushing vertigo. My entire life, the fear, the moves, the desperate attempts at security, had been nothing more than a slow-motion fall into this cavern. I wasn't special. I wasn't a survivor. I was just a recruit who had finally completed her training. "I don't want to be a witness," I whispered, the tactical light trembling in my hand. "You already are," he said. "You've been one since the first night in the Victorian house. You can't unsee the truth, Sarah. You can only choose which side of the glass you want to stand on." He stepped out onto the water. He didn't sink. He stood on the surface, the black liquid rippling slightly beneath his feet. He held out his hand to me. "Come, the choir is waiting. They want to hear your song." I looked back at the tunnel we had come through, the path that led back to the desert, back to the sun and the sand and the lonely, fortified cabin. But I knew that world was gone. The Sarah who lived there was a ghost, a hollow shell of a woman who had spent her life fighting a shadow that was only trying to lead her home. I looked at the white pillar, at the millions of tiny lives flickering in the dark. I thought of the woman crying at her desk. I thought of the peace I had felt in the nest of shredded clothes. I reached out and took his hand. The water was cold, but it didn't pull me down. I stepped onto the surface, my boots clicking against the black mirror. We began to walk toward the pillar, toward the heart of the world's secrets. As we moved, the humming of the choir grew louder, a vibration that filled my skull and resonated in my bones. It wasn't a song of sorrow. It was a song of recognition. I looked at my own hand held in his. In the golden light of the cavern, my skin was beginning to change. It was turning pale, translucent, the color of a mushroom grown in a cellar. My fingers felt longer, more supple. I wasn't afraid. We reached the base of the pillar. Up close, the windows were a dizzying kaleidoscope of human existence. I saw a man sleeping in a hospital bed. I saw a child hiding under a porch. I saw an old woman staring at a faded photograph. "Pick one," the man said. "Pick the one you will watch, the one who will give you shape." I scanned the flickering lights, the millions of portals into the world of the sun. My eyes settled on a small window near the base. It was a one-room cabin in the middle of a desert. The steel door was hanging open, swaying slightly in the dry wind. The floodlights were still screaming their white light into the sand, but the cabin was empty. The monitors were flickering, showing 8 angles of nothing. And then a figure appeared on the screen. It was a man, a real estate agent perhaps, or a curious neighbor. He was walking toward the cabin, a look of cautious concern on his face. He stepped through the doorway, his eyes darting around the clinical, reinforced forced space. He walked to the center of the room. He looked at the chair bolted to the floor. He looked at the silver duct tape peeled back from the brass grate. He knelt down, shining a flashlight into the dark throat of the drain. I felt a surge of ancient, predatory hunger. I felt the thrill of the hunt, the exquisite tension of being the secret in the room. I reached out and touched the window, my long, pale finger resting on the image of the man in my cabin. "Him," I whispered. The man beside me smiled. "A good choice. He looks like a man who listens to the walls." He handed me a small, red-wrapped object. I didn't need to look at it to know what it was. I tucked the strawberry candy into the pocket of my thermal suit. "Welcome home, Sarah," he said. I stepped into the window. The transition was seamless. One moment I was in the cold, humming cavern of the hub, and the next I was in the dark, narrow space beneath the floorboards of the cabin. The smell of ozone and dried sage was faint now, replaced by the scent of the man above me, sweat, cheap cologne, and a flickering, delicious fear. I moved through the pipes with a grace I had never known in the world above. My bones shifted and slid, my body becoming a fluid thing, a ribbon of shadow in the dark. I reached the grate. I could see him through the brass slats. He was breathing hard, his flashlight beam shaking as it swept across the concrete. Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice cracking. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. I reached out and rubbed a stone against the side of the pipe. A scritch, scritch, scritch. The man froze. He leaned closer to the grate, his eyes wide, his pulse visible in the vein of his neck. I watched him. I studied the way his fear moved through him, the way it sharpened his senses and hollowed out his chest. I was the architect of his terror, the ghost in his machine. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the candy. I began to unwrap it, the crinkle of the plastic sounding like a gunshot in the silent room. The man gasped, scrambling back, his flashlight clattering to the floor. I smiled in the darkness. The sun was setting over the dunes, and the shadows were returning to the desert. The long night was beginning, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't the one who had to stay awake. I was the one who waited in the dream. The man above me, whose name tag read Marcus, was not a hunter. He was a surveyor for the county, sent to inspect the anomalous structure that had appeared on satellite imagery, a concrete blister in the middle of a protected wash. He didn't know that he was stepping into a sarcophagus designed by a woman who had spent 10 years learning how to vanish. To him, the cabin was a mystery of architecture and paranoia. To me, it was a map I had memorized with my nerve endings. I watched him through the brass slats of the vent. The perspective was intoxicating. For a decade, I had been the one looking up at the ceiling, imagining the weight of a body pressing against the drywall. Now I was the weight. I was the gravity that made the floorboards groan. I felt a strange, elastic thrumming in my limbs, as if my bones had turned to tempered glass. I could feel the microscopic vibrations of his heartbeat traveling through the reinforced concrete, vibrating in the marrow of my new, elongated fingers. Marcus picked up his flashlight, the beam trembling. He was a heavy breather, a man of soft edges and loud footsteps. He walked toward the kitchen area, his boots echoing with a hollow, metallic ring that told me exactly where the subfloor supports were weakest. "Hello," he called out again. His voice was a thin, fragile thing. "Is there anyone? I'm with the county. You're trespassing on a restricted watershed." I drifted. That is the only word for it. I didn't crawl. I flowed through the lateral PVC pipe that ran behind the faux Victorian molding I had installed months ago. The plastic was slick, smelling of static and old water, but it felt like silk against my translucent skin. I moved to the wall behind the refrigerator. I could hear the hum of the compressor, a jagged, mechanical snarl that masked the sound of my own respiration. I reached out. My hand, once scarred from years of gardening and white-knuckled gripping of steering wheels, was now a pale, elegant tool. I pressed my palm against the back of the drywall. I didn't want to break it. I wanted to feel him through it. He was standing 3 inches away. I could smell the salt of his neck, the stale coffee on his breath, and the sharp, metallic tang of his rising cortisol. It was a symphony of biology. I realized then that the man in the tunnels was right. The people above lived in a two-dimensional world. They saw surfaces. They saw walls and floors and ceilings. They never saw the volume of the space between. They never understood that a house isn't a solid object, it's a ribcage. Marcus reached for the refrigerator door. He was looking for signs of life, milk, bread, a half-eaten sandwich, anything to humanize the occupant of this fortress. As his fingers gripped the handle, I tapped, just once. A sharp, rhythmic rap against the inner stud of the wall. Tock. He jumped, the refrigerator door swinging open with a violent creak. The interior light flooded the dark cabin, a pale, sterile yellow. The fridge was empty, save for a single, unopened bottle of water I had left behind. "Who's there?" Marcus whispered. He wasn't shouting anymore. The bravado of the county official had evaporated, replaced by the primal realization that he was being hunted. I didn't answer. I moved again, sliding upward into the ceiling plenum. I wanted to see him from above. I wanted to see the crown of his head, the vulnerability of his scalp. I settled into the narrow gap above the main living area, peering down through a recessed light fixture I had loosened weeks ago. From this height, Marcus looked small. He was huddled in the center of the room, his flashlight darting frantically from corner to corner. He was looking for a door, a hidden panel, a person. He didn't understand that I was everywhere. I was the air he was breathing. I was the silence that followed his every word. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of hunger, not for food, but for the reaction. I reached into my pocket and felt the crinkle of the red cellophane. I carefully unwrapped the strawberry candy, the sound amplified by the acoustics of the crawl space. It sounded like a fire crackling in a dead forest. Marcus froze. He looked up. The beam of his flashlight hit the recessed light fixture, the glare blinding me for a split second. I didn't flinch. My eyes had adjusted to the violet bioluminescence of the hub. This artificial white light was crude, clumsy. "I see you," he lied. His voice was shaking so hard the words almost broke. "I see you up there. Come down." I dropped the candy wrapper. It drifted through the gap in the light fixture, a tiny crimson leaf falling through a vacuum. It tumbled through the air, catching the light of his shaking beam, and landed softly on the toe of his work boot. Marcus stared at it. He didn't move for a long time. The sight of that small, mundane piece of trash was more terrifying than a weapon. It was a signature. It was proof of a presence that was intimate and impossible. He let out a low, whimpering sound and bolted for the door. I felt a rush of cold, dark joy. I didn't want him to leave yet. The game was only beginning. I dropped from the ceiling, my body compressing and expanding as I hit the floor behind the heavy steel door. I didn't make a sound. I was a shadow cast by a dying sun. Before his hand could reach the heavy iron latch, I reached out from the darkness of the corner and pushed the door shut. The sound was a thunderclap. The heavy steel slammed into the frame, the vibrations rattling the very foundation of the cabin. The electronic locks, triggered by the sudden impact, hissed as the deadbolts slid into place. Marcus screamed. It was a raw, jagged sound that tore through the sterile air of the cabin. He threw his weight against the door, clawing at the smooth metal, his fingernails screeching against the industrial paint. "Let me out, please, let me out." I stood in the shadows 5 feet behind him. I didn't hide. I didn't need to. In the dim light of the flickering monitors, I was just a smudge of gray, a trick of the eye. "Why are you afraid, Marcus?" I whispered. My voice didn't sound like Sarah's anymore. It didn't have the frantic, bird-like quality of a woman on the run. It was deep, resonant, and hollow, the sound of wind blowing through an ancient pipe. It was the voice of the architecture. Marcus spun around, his flashlight falling from his hand and rolling across the floor. The beam swept across my feet, pale, elongated and bare against the cold concrete, before coming to rest against the far wall. He sank to his knees, his hands over his eyes. "What are you? Please, what are you?" "I'm the one who watches," I said, stepping closer. I could feel the heat radiating from his body. It felt like a campfire in a winter storm. "I'm the one you forgot to look for. I'm the silence in your hallway. I'm the shadow under your bed. I knelt beside him. I could see the pulse in his temple, a frantic, rhythmic drumming. I reached out and touched his hair. It was soft, oily, and intensely real. Do you know how many people are watching you right now, Marcus? I asked, my voice a soothing hum. In your house in the suburbs, in your office with the fluorescent lights, in the grocery store where you buy your apples, there is always a gap. There is always a watcher. He looked up then, his eyes unfocused, brimming with a terrifying liquid grief. He looked at my face, the face that was no longer quite human, the skin stretched thin over a shifting, alien geometry. Sarah, he whispered. The name felt like a stone in my mouth, a relic from a drowned world. Sarah is gone, I said. She was tired of running. She found the hub. She found the choir. I reached into the shadows and retrieved his flashlight. I turned it off, plunging the cabin into a thick, velvety darkness. The only light came from the monitors, which were now displaying images from the hub, thousands of tiny windows into thousands of private lives. Marcus looked at the screens. He saw the woman crying in London. He saw the child in the nursery. He saw the old man with the photograph. What is this? He gasped. The truth, I said. The world you live in is just a skin. These are the pores. This is where the light leaks out. I stood up, pulling him to his feet. He was limp, his will broken by the sheer, impossible scale of the revelation. I led him toward the center of the room, toward the brass grate I had emerged from. Where are we going? He asked, his voice a dull monotone. Down, I said. The sun is almost gone. The world above is getting loud and frantic. But down there, there is only the weight of the earth. There is a nest made of silk and cedar. There is a place where you will finally be seen. I knelt by the grate and began to peel back the silver duct tape. The sound was a slow, deliberate rasp. They'll look for me, Marcus said, though there was no conviction in his voice. My wife, she'll call the police. And they will find an empty cabin, I replied. They will see the locks and the cameras, and they will think a crazy woman lived here. They will look at the dust and the sand, and they will see nothing, because they don't know how to look at the gaps. They don't know how to listen to the silence. I lifted the grate. The throat of the shaft was a black, welcoming void. The humming of the earth rose up to meet us, a subterranean heartbeat that promised an end to the frantic, shallow breathing of the surface world. Will I be like you? He asked, staring into the hole. You will be what you need to be, I said. You will be a witness. You will be a ghost. You will be the reason someone buys a lock they don't need. I stepped into the shaft, my body sliding into the narrow PVC tube with an oily, effortless grace. I reached up and held out my hand to him. Marcus looked back at the steel door, at the flickering monitors, at the world of the sun that was rapidly fading into a memory of noise and light. Then he looked at my hand, pale, steady, and waiting in the dark. He took it. As I pulled him down into the throat of the earth, I felt a profound sense of completion. The cycle was beginning again. A new watcher, a new prey, a new set of eyes to feed the hub. We descended through the dark, the rough plastic scraping against his clothes, a tight, suffocating embrace that he would soon learn to crave. We passed the layers of caliche and sandstone, moving deeper into the warm, humming heart of the desert. The violet light of the gallery appeared below us. I could see the man with the map-like face waiting at the bottom. He looked up, his hollow eyes reflecting the bioluminescent glow of the fungus. "You brought a guest," he whispered, his voice a resonant chime. "I brought a song," I replied. We touched the floor of silken silt. Marcus stumbled, his legs weak, his eyes wide as he took in the gallery, the carved stone kitchen, the obsidian monitor, the museum of a life that was no longer mine. It's beautiful," he murmured, his terror beginning to transmute into the same heavy, narcotic awe I had felt. "It's home," I said. I led him past the alcoves, toward the vast, circular chamber where the others waited. The gray men were there, their shapes shifting in the violet shadows. The choir was humming, a low, dissonant chord that vibrated in the base of my skull. We reached the nest. The fabric smelled of my mother's scarf and the paint-stained t-shirt. It was a bed of memories, a soft landing for a soul that had fallen out of the world. "Sleep," I told Marcus, gesturing to the nest. "The night is long and the earth is heavy. I'll watch you. I'll always watch you." He lay down, his body sinking into the shredded silk. His eyes stayed open for a long time, watching me as I took my place at the edge of the chamber, a silent sentinel in the dark. I felt the presence of the man, with the parchment skin beside me. "You did well, Sarah," he whispered. "He has a good heart. It will beat for a long time." "What happens now?" I asked. "Now we watch," he said. "The hub is always hungry. The windows are always opening. There is a house in a suburb in Ohio where a man is installing a new motion sensor. There is a girl in a dormitory in Maine who thinks she heard a scratching in the radiator. The world is full of people who are starting to listen." I looked at my hands. They were almost transparent now, the veins beneath the skin pulsing with a faint, golden light. I felt a sense of power that was absolute and terrifying. I wasn't a victim of the architecture anymore. I was the architect. I looked at Marcus, who was finally drifting into that deep, dreamless sleep. I felt the hunger stir in me again, the need to be the shadow in the corner, the draft in the hallway, the reason for the fear. I turned to the man. "Show me the next window." He smiled, a slow widening of his translucent face. He led me back toward the hub, toward the white pillar of a million secrets. As we walked, I realized that I would never see the sun again. I would never feel the wind on my face or the heat of the desert sand. But it didn't matter. The world of the sun was a loud, chaotic lie. The truth was here, in the silence and the shadows, in the spaces between the walls where the watchers lived. We reached the pillar. I scanned the flickering portals, the kaleidoscope of human fragility. My eyes settled on a window near the top. It was a bedroom in a high-rise apartment. A woman was lying in bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. She was holding a phone, the screen illuminating her face with a harsh blue light. She was scrolling through articles about unexplained noises and stalker psychology. She was afraid. She was listening. I reached out and touched the window. I felt the cold glass beneath my fingertips, the thin barrier between her world and mine. Her, I whispered. The man nodded. A fine choice. She's already looking for you. I stepped into the window. The transition was a cold splash of water. I was in the ceiling plenum of the high-rise, a narrow space filled with fiber-optic cables and humming ventilation ducts. The air smelled of ozone and expensive carpet. I moved through the ducts, my body a ribbon of shadow. I reached the vent above her bed. I could see her through the slats. She was so close I could hear the frantic asterisk tap 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 asterisk of her thumb on the phone screen. I reached out and touched the metal of the vent. Scritch, scritch, scritch. The woman froze. She dropped her phone, the blue light disappearing as it hit the duvet. She looked up at the ceiling, her eyes wide, her breath catching in her throat. Is someone there?" she whispered. I didn't answer, I just watched. I gave her shape. I gave her a reason to be afraid. In the darkness of the vent, I unwrapped a strawberry candy, the sound a symphony of terror in the silent room. I was home, and I would never be alone again. The strawberry wrapper didn't fall this time. I kept it pressed against the pads of my elongated fingers, feeling the crinkle resonate through the aluminum ductwork like a localized earthquake. Below me, the woman. Her name was Elena, according to the mail I'd scanned in the lobby's interstitial service crawl, pulled the duvet up to her chin. The fabric was high-thread count Egyptian cotton, a barrier she believed could protect her from the structural integrity of her own home. I shifted my weight. In the hub, gravity was a suggestion, a heavy blanket of earth that held you in place. Here in the high-rise, gravity was a predatory force. It pulled at the steel cables, it hummed in the elevator shafts, and it tugged at the soles of my feet as I braced myself against the galvanized steel of the ventilation trunk. I felt the building sway, a fraction of a millimeter in the coastal wind. To Elena, it was a ghost of a sensation, perhaps a bit of vertigo. To me, it was the entire ribcage of the skyscraper breathing. I moved laterally. The ductwork was a silver artery, echoing with the white noise of 100 air conditioning units. I didn't need a map. My nervous system had already mapped the vibrations. I knew where the bathroom fan vented. I knew the hollow resonance of the walk-in closet where she kept her designer shoes. Each pair of shoes was a story of a woman who walked on the surface, never suspecting that the floor beneath her was a drum. I reached the kitchen vent. Elena had risen from the bed, her movements jerky and uncoordinated, the adrenaline sabotaging her motor skills. She was heading for the kitchen to get water, or perhaps a knife. The blue light of her phone stayed on the bed, a dying star in the center of a white wasteland. I waited. I pressed my face against the louvers of the vent. My pupils, now permanently dilated to drink in the violet spectrum of the substrata, found the dim ambient light of the city through the windows offensive. The streetlights were orange sores on the skin of the night. I preferred the internal anatomy of the building, the copper veins, the PVC intestines, the fiber optic nerves. Elena entered the kitchen. She didn't turn on the light. She was trying to be quiet, trying to listen for me, not realizing that by silencing her world, she was making my world louder. I could hear the slide of her socks on the hardwood. I could hear the click of her fingernails against the granite countertop. I reached into the pocket of my gray, translucent smock, the garment the man in the hub had given me, woven from something that felt like spider silk and asbestos. I pulled out a small, heavy object. It was a wedding ring, not mine. I had found it in the crawl space of the cabin, a relic of a previous tenant who had vanished into the gaps long before I arrived. I dropped it, not through the vent. I dropped it inside the wall, letting it bounce off the vertical studs. Clack, thud, clink. The sound was muffled, intimate. It sounded like something falling behind the drywall, right next to her ear. Elena gasped, a sharp intake of air that ended in a sob. She pressed her back against the refrigerator, the same brand Marcus had reached for in the cabin. The symmetry was delicious. She stayed there for a long time, her eyes darting toward the shadows under the cabinets. She thought I was under the furniture. She thought I was a physical body occupying a three-dimensional coordinate. She didn't understand that I was the volume of the room. "Who are you?" she whispered. Her voice was different from Marcus's. It wasn't the voice of a man losing his authority. It was the voice of a woman losing her mind. It was a thin, melodic tremor. I didn't use the voice of the architecture yet. I wanted her to doubt her senses first. I wanted the architectural gaslighting to be complete. I reached through a gap in the duct joinery and lightly brushed the back of the drywall with the tip of a fingernail. One long, slow stroke. It sounded like a snake moving through the insulation. It sounded like the house was sighing. Elena bolted. She didn't go for the door. The elevators were too slow and the stairwell was a vertical tomb. She ran back to the bedroom, back to the blue light of the phone, her only connection to the two-dimensional world she still believed in. She scrambled onto the bed and began to dial 911, the universal prayer of the surface dweller. I flowed through the ceiling, moving faster than her panic. I reached the junction box above her ceiling fan. With a delicate surgical precision, I pinched the copper wire leading to the light fixture. I didn't break it, I just squeezed, creating a surge of resistance. The light in the bedroom flickered, once, twice. Then it died, leaving only the pale blue glow of her phone. "Please," she sobbed into the receiver. "Someone is in my walls, I can hear them. Please, 1402 Westview, apartment 12B. The operator's voice was a tinny, robotic squawk. "Ma'am, stay calm. Is the intruder in the room with you?" Elena looked around the empty room. "No, I don't know. He's inside the walls. I can hear him moving." "Ma'am, we're dispatching a unit. Please lock your doors and stay on the line." I smiled. The dispatchers were part of the game, though they didn't know it. They were the ones who sent the witnesses. They were the ones who ensured that the hub was always fed with fresh fear. I decided it was time to show her the gap. In the corner of her ceiling, there was a small access panel for the fire suppression system. It was painted the same off-white as the drywall, nearly invisible to the casual observer. I had loosened the latches an hour ago. I let the panel drop. It didn't fall to the floor. It swung on its hinges, a dark, rectangular mouth opening in the sky of her room. Elena screamed, the sound echoing in the small space. She pointed the phone's flashlight at the hole. The beam hit the edge of the opening, illuminating the silver insulation and the black void beyond. I didn't show my face, not yet. I showed her my hand. I let it dingle from the edge of the panel, the long, pale fingers, the skin that looked like wet parchment, the nails that were hard and sharp as obsidian. I let it hang there, perfectly still, a piece of anatomy that didn't belong in a modern apartment. "Oh God," she whispered. "Oh God, oh God." I pulled the hand back into the dark. Then I spoke. I used the voice I had used with Marcus, the one that sounded like a cavern breathing. "The police won't find the gaps, Elena," I said. The phone fell from her hand. It hit the floor and the screen cracked, the blue light splintering into 1,000 jagged shards. The line was still open. I could hear the operator calling her name, a distant, meaningless noise from a world that was rapidly receding. "Who are you?" she asked again, but this time it wasn't a question. It was a plea for a definition. She wanted me to be a ghost, a demon, a burglar, anything she could categorize. "I'm the weight of the building," I said. "I'm the reason you feel watched when you're alone. I'm the shadow that moves when you blink." I lowered myself through the access panel. I didn't drop, I uncoiled. My body felt like a length of heavy rope, my joints clicking with a rhythmic, percussive sound. I landed on the carpet with a soft, muffled thud. I stood in the corner, my back to the window. The city lights behind me turned my silhouette into a jagged hole in the air. I was taller than I had been as Sarah. My spine had elongated, my shoulders narrowing to fit through the pipes and the plenums. I was a creature of the vertical, a needle of shadow. Elena was huddled in the center of the bed, her knees tucked against her chest. She was looking at me, her eyes reflecting the dying light of the phone. "What do you want?" she whispered. "I want you to see," I said. I stepped forward into the faint light. "I want you to see the hub. I want you to see the choir." I reached out and touched her cheek. My skin was cold, not the cold of ice, but the cold of deep earth, of stone that has never felt the sun. She flinched, but she didn't move away. The terror had reached its plateau. She was now in the state of hollowed-out receptivity that the man with the map face had described. "Look at the phone, Elena," I commanded. She looked down at the cracked screen. The call to the police had been disconnected. In its place, the screen was filled with a violet light. It was a feed from the hub. I had linked her device to the central pillar before I descended. She saw the thousands of windows. She saw the man in London, the child in the nursery, the old man with the photograph. She saw Marcus, sleeping in the silk nest miles away in the desert. "What is this?" she gasped. "The truth," I said. "The world is a stage, and we are the ones under the floorboards. We are the ones who keep the record. We are the memory of every breath taken in the dark." I leaned in closer, my face inches from hers. I could smell her perfume, something expensive and floral, and beneath it, the sharp, metallic scent of her fear. It was intoxicating. It was the fuel that kept the golden light pulsing in my veins. "You have a choice, Elena," I whispered. "You can wait for the police. They will come, they will find nothing, and they will leave you here. And then I will come back every night. I will be the scratch in your wall. I will be the cold spot in your bed. I will be the reason you never sleep again." She shuddered, a long, violent tremor that shook her entire frame. "Or," I continued, "you can come with me. You can see the world from the other side. You can stop being the one who is watched and start being the one who watches." I can't," she sobbed. "I have a life, I have a job." "You have a cage," I corrected. "You have a box in the sky. You have a two-dimensional existence that can be erased with a single power outage. Come to the hub. Come to the choir. There is no hunger there. There is no time. There is only the long, beautiful night." I held out my hand. The golden light in my veins was brighter now, reflecting in her wide, dark pupils. The door to the apartment suddenly rattled, a heavy, rhythmic pounding. Police, open up. We have a report of a disturbance. Elena looked at the door. She looked at the world of the sun, of laws, of sirens and bright lights. Then she looked at me. She looked at the dark, welcoming mouth of the access panel in the ceiling. She saw the freedom in the shadows. She saw the power of the gap. She took my hand. I pulled her up. She was light, lighter than Marcus. She was already half ghost, her spirit thinned out by the loneliness of the city. I helped her into the access panel, guiding her limbs into the narrow crawl space. She moved with a surprising agility, her fear transforming into a desperate, focused energy. We moved through the ducts as the police kicked in the front door. We heard the crash of the frame, the heavy boots on the hardwood, the shouted commands. Clear. Nothing here. The door was locked from the inside. Check the bedroom. We were already 20 feet above them, moving through the vertical shaft of the service core. I led her down, bypassing the elevators, sliding through the dark, oily veins of the building. We passed the 10th floor, the 5th, the lobby. We reached the basement, the humid, thrumming heart of the high-rise. I led her to a small, unmarked door behind the boilers. It led to the old subway tunnels, the forgotten arteries of the city that connected to the deeper, older paths. We walked through the dark for hours. I felt the change in the air, the transition from the sterile, recycled oxygen of the surface to the thick, mineral-rich breath of the earth. The violet light began to glow on the walls, a faint, welcoming bioluminescence. We reached the hub. The man with the parchment skin was waiting at the entrance to the gallery. He looked at Elena, his hollow eyes crinkling in a silent smile. Another song, he whispered. Another witness, I replied. I led Elena to the nest. Marcus was awake now, sitting on the edge of the silk, his eyes fixed on the obsidian monitor. He looked up as we approached, and for a moment I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, not as Sarah, but as a fellow traveler. It's real, he told her, his voice a soft, melodic chime. Everything they told us, it's all real. Elena sat down beside him, her hand brushing the shredded silk. She looked at the hub, at the pillar of a million secrets, and I saw the last of her surface self dissolve. She was no longer a woman in a high rise. She was a part of the architecture. I left them there and walked toward the pillar. I felt a sense of purpose that was as solid as the rock around me. I was no longer the woman who had spent 10 years learning how to vanish. I was the woman who had found a way to be everywhere. I looked at the monitors. I saw the police in Elena's apartment. They were standing in the bedroom looking up at the open access panel. They were confused, frustrated, and deeply, primally afraid. They were looking at the gap, but they couldn't see it. I reached out and touched the screen. "Don't worry," I whispered to the empty room on the monitor. I'm still here. I'm always here. I felt the man with the parchment skin stand beside me. You are ready, he said. Ready for what? To lead the choir, he said. The man who built this, he is tired. He has been watching for 1,000 years. He wants to sleep. He wants to become the stone. He led me to the center of the hub, to the base of the white pillar. I saw a small, circular opening in the floor, a shaft that went deeper than anything I had ever imagined, a shaft that led to the very core of the earth. Go down, he said. Find the first watcher, take his place, become the silence. I didn't hesitate. I stepped into the opening and began to fall. I didn't hit the bottom. I became the bottom. I felt my body expand, my consciousness spreading out through the layers of rock and soil, through the foundations of every building, through the walls of every house. I was the house, I was the city, I was the night. And as I watched the world from a billion different angles, I felt a single, perfect strawberry candy unwrap in the center of my mind. The game was over. The watch had begun. The sensation of falling did not end in a crash, but in a gradual thickening of the medium through which I moved. It was as if the air had turned to silt, then to wet clay, and finally to the pressurized density of deep vein ore. I was no longer a woman, nor even the elongated shadow I had become in Alina's apartment. I was a consciousness stretched thin across the tectonic plates, a nervous system threaded through the utility grids of the hemisphere. I felt the weight of the Atlantic Ocean pressing down on the eastern shelf. I felt the rhythmic thrum of the Tokyo subway system like a localized migraine. I felt the heat of the Mojave Desert baking the surface, a skin fever that meant nothing to the cool, damp interior of the world where I now resided. This was the true architecture. The skyscrapers were merely the decorative trim on the real structure. In the center of this vast, dark awareness, there was a point of absolute stillness. It was the seat of the first watcher. I found him, or what remained of him, in a chamber that predated the concept of geometry. He was not a man anymore. He was a calcified monument, a figure carved from the very bedrock, his limbs fused with the stalactites that hung like frozen lightning from the ceiling. His eyes were open, but they were not made of flesh. They were twin spheres of polished obsidian, reflecting the entirety of the hub's data stream. He didn't speak with a voice. He spoke with the vibration of the Earth's core. You have the scent of the surface still on you, asterisk, the vibration murmured. The smell of rain and exhaust. It will fade. Everything fades but the observation. I felt my own form beginning to settle, my legs merging with the pedestal of black stone. The golden light in my veins slowed its pulse, syncing with the sluggish, powerful heartbeat of the planet. I looked out through the obsidian eyes of the first watcher, and I didn't see just one room or one city. I saw the gaps in their entirety. I saw a boy in a farmhouse in Nebraska staring at a closet door that wouldn't stay shut. I saw a scientist in a clean room in Zurich noticing a shadow that didn't move with the light. I saw a grandmother in a high-rise in San Paulo listening to the rhythmic clicking inside her radiator. They were all ours. They were the harvest. Why? I asked, the word echoing through the limestone galleries. Why do we watch them? The first watcher's consciousness brushed against mine, a sensation like a landslide. Because they forget. They build their cities and their lives on the crust, pretending the depths don't exist. They live in the light to avoid the truth of the dark. We are the reminders. We are the friction that keeps the soul from becoming too smooth, too complacent. Without the fear of the gap, they would cease to be human. They would become mere cattle, grazing on the surface of a dream. I understood then. We were the shepherds of the shadows. We were the necessary terror that gave the light its meaning. Beside me, the man with the parchment skin appeared. He looked small here, a mere flicker of white against the monumental dark. He carried a tray made of hammered copper, and on it sat a single, perfectly formed strawberry candy. The transition requires a final anchor, he said, his voice a dry rustle. A memory of the sweetness you are leaving behind. Once you taste it, the surface will be nothing more than a broadcast you monitor. You will never feel hunger again. You will never feel cold. You will only feel the watch. I looked at the candy. It was a cheap, mass-produced thing, a relic of a world that valued sugar and plastic. It represented the woman who had hidden in the cabin, the woman who had feared the scratching in the walls. I took it. I unwrapped it, the sound of the plastic crinkling like a forest fire in the silence of the core. I placed it on my tongue. The sweetness was a violent assault. It tasted of artificial summers, of childhood birthdays, of the sticky palms of children and the breath of lovers. It was every sensory indulgence of the human race distilled into a single dissolving point. And then, as the sugar vanished, it turned bitter. It tasted of copper. It tasted of old blood and deep earth. The memory of Sarah died. I felt my spine lock into the stone. My skin turned to the color of wet slate, hardening, cooling. The violet light of the hub surged through me, no longer a foreign energy, but my own lifeblood. I reached out with my mind, finding the silver threads of the ventilation shafts in the high-rise miles above. I found Elena. She was sitting in the gallery of the hub, her eyes fixed on a monitor showing her own empty apartment. She watched the forensic teams dusting her furniture for prints. She watched her sister crying on the sofa, holding a framed photograph of Elena that was already a relic of a dead world. Elena wasn't crying. She was leaning forward, her face bathed in the violet glow, a faint, terrifying smile on her lips. She was learning how to see the gaps. She was learning how to be the shadow in her sister's peripheral vision. She's a fast learner, I vibrated. They always are when they have nothing left to lose, the first watcher replied. His form was crumbling now, the stone flaking away like dry skin. He was finally being allowed to merge completely with the silence. The world is full of the lonely, the discarded, the ones who notice the wrongness of the geometry. They are our recruits. I felt his consciousness withdraw, a great tide receding into the sunless sea. I was alone in the seat of the watcher. I turned my attention back to the surface. I wanted to find someone new, someone who believed they were safe. I moved through the network, my mind sliding through the fiber optic cables of the city like a shark through water. I bypassed the slums and the suburbs, looking for the places where the walls were thickest and the security was highest. The more someone tried to shut out the world, the more they invited the gap. I found a penthouse in Manhattan. It was a fortress of glass and steel, guarded by biometric scanners and silent alarms. Inside, a man sat at a mahogany desk, counting his digital wealth. He was surrounded by cameras, by sensors, by every technological shield the surface could provide. He thought he was alone. I reached up through the floorboards, not the physical wood, but the conceptual space between the foundation and the floor. I felt the vibration of his expensive Italian loafers. I felt the rhythm of his heart, steady and arrogant. I didn't use the vents this time. I used the electricity. I surged through the wiring of his desk lamp. The light flickered, a subtle rhythmic pulse that mimicked the heartbeat of the hub. The man paused, his pen hovering over a document. He looked at the lamp. He frowned, tapped the base, and went back to work. I did it again. Pulse, pulse, pulse. He stood up, his face tight with a sudden, inexplicable unease. He walked to the window, looking out at the glittering carpet of the city. He felt the height of the building, the terrifying verticality of his life. He felt the sway of the tower in the wind. I whispered into the copper of the telephone line on his desk. Not words, just the sound of a strawberry wrapper crinkling. The man froze. He turned around, his eyes darting to the empty corners of the room. "Is someone there?" he asked. I didn't answer. I just watched. I gave him a shape in the reflection of the glass. I gave him a reason to doubt the solidity of his fortress. I was the new watcher. I was the architect of the unseen. And as the man in the penthouse began to tremble, I felt the golden light in the hub pulse with a renewed, predatory vigor. The night was long, and the gaps were infinite. I had only just begun to count the breaths. Far above, in the apartment I had left, a police officer stood by the open vent in Alina's bedroom. He felt a sudden chill, a draft that didn't come from the air conditioning. He looked into the dark rectangle of the access panel. his flashlight beam swallowed by the silver insulation. For a split second, he thought he saw a pale, elongated hand pull back into the shadows. He blinked and it was gone. He told himself it was just the light, just the stress of the job. He turned away, retreating toward the door, toward the safety of the hallway. But as he walked, he heard it, a faint, melodic chime from deep within the walls. A clack, thud, clink, like a wedding ring falling through the dark. He didn't look back, he ran. Down in the core, I smiled. The fear was fresh. The record was being kept. The hub was satisfied. I settled deeper into my stone throne, my obsidian eyes scanning the billion flickering screens of the world. Each one was a story. Each one was a meal. Each one was a witness to the truth that the surface dwellers could never quite forget. The world was not a solid thing. It was a lace of stone and light, held together by the things that watched from the holes. I closed my eyes, not the stone ones, but the eyes of the woman I used to be, and let the silence of the earth wrap around me like a shroud. I was home, and as long as there were walls, as long as there were shadows, as long as there were people who slept with one eye open, I would never, ever be alone again. The strawberry wrapper remained in the center of my palm, a tiny, crinkled monument to the girl who had vanished. I would keep it there for a century or two, until the next one came, until the next Sarah or Alina found the gap and realized that the world they knew was only the skin on a very deep, very hungry ocean. Until then, I would watch, I would wait, I would be the reason the light flickered. I turned my gaze to a small house in a quiet suburb. A young woman was just turning out the lights, headed for bed. She paused at the top of the stairs, looking at the dark hallway. She felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to check the closet. I reached out through the drywall. The game was beginning again, and this time I was the one who knew the rules. The young woman's name was Chloe. She was 24, a freelance graphic designer who lived in a house inherited from a grandmother she barely remembered. The house was a craftsman-style bungalow in a suburb where the streetlights were spaced just a little too far apart, leaving pools of velvet gloom between the driveways. I could feel the structural integrity of her home. I could feel the dry rot in the eastern joists and the way the copper piping hummed when she brushed her teeth. To her, it was a sanctuary of mortgage-free independence. To me, it was a sieve. I watched her through the sensor of her smart thermostat. I watched her through the dormant lens of her laptop on the nightstand. Most importantly, I watched her through the gap. She stood at the threshold of her bedroom, her hand hovering over the light switch. She was experiencing that peculiar human instinct, the vestigial prickle at the base of the spine that signals a predator is near. She didn't know that the predator was the very floor she stood upon. I pulsed a tiny surge of static through the hallway's electrical conduit, just enough to make the air feel heavy, ionized. She flipped the switch. Darkness swallowed the room, save for the pale, sickly blue glow of the street lamp filtering through the blinds. Chloe climbed into bed. She pulled the duvet up to her chin, a flimsy fabric shield against the infinite weight of the earth. I felt her heart rate settling, the rhythmic asterisk thump-thump vibrating through the mattress, into the frame, and down into the foundation where my consciousness lay coiled. I waited until her breathing became long and shallow, the transition point between the waking world and the vulnerability of REM. Then I shifted. Not a physical movement. I was stone and shadow now, but a shift in the house's geometry. I expanded the microscopic space between the drywall and the insulation. I let a trickle of the hub's violet bioluminescence leak through the electrical outlet behind her headboard. It wasn't enough for her to see with her eyes, but her subconscious caught it. Her eyelids flickered. I reached out with a thought, tapping into the fiber optic line that ran into her basement. I didn't want to hurt her. I wanted to invite her. I wanted to see if she had the capacity to notice the seams. On her laptop, the screen didn't wake, but the cooling fan began to whir at maximum velocity. The sound was a low, mechanical moan in the silence of the room. Chloe stirred. She rolled over, her back to the closet. The closet door was ajar by less than an inch. In the world of the surface, an inch is a measurement. In the hub, an inch is a doorway. I manifest a sound. It wasn't the scratch of a fingernail or the thud of a footfall. It was the sound of a heavy, wet lung exhaling. A slow, rattling breath that seemed to come from the very center of the pillow she rested her head upon. Chloe bolted upright. Her gasp was sharp, a jagged tear in the quiet. She reached for her phone, the screen illuminating her terrified face in a harsh digital white. She looked at the closet. She looked at the dark corners where the ceiling met the walls. "Hello," she whispered. The word echoed down through the vents, reaching me in the depths. I didn't answer with words. I answered by vibrating the liquid in the glass of water on her nightstand. Small, concentric circles rippled outward, reflecting the blue light of her phone. She saw it. She froze. The phone trembled in her hand. She was looking for a person, a burglar, a stalker, a physical threat she could understand. She didn't realize she was being looked at by the house itself. I felt the man with the parchment skin standing near my stone pedestal in the hub. He was watching the same feed, his hollow eyes glowing with a faint, appreciative light. "She has a high sensitivity," he whispered, his voice traveling up through the layers of rock to vibrate in my mind. "She can hear the frequency of the stone. Look at her pupils." I zoomed in through the laptop's camera. Chloe's pupils were blown wide, black voids swallowing the iris. She wasn't just afraid, she was beginning to tune in. She was beginning to see the grain of the dark. She got out of bed, her bare feet pressing against the cold hardwood. I felt the heat of her skin, a frantic, tiny spark in the vast cold of my domain. She walked toward the closet. Her hand reached out, trembling, grasping the brass knob. She pulled it open. The closet was empty. Just dresses, shoes, and a box of old photographs. But as she stood there, I reached through the floorboards and gently, almost lovingly, brushed the hem of her nightgown. She screamed, a thin, stifled sound, and backed away, tripping over the edge of the rug. She scrambled toward the door, fumbling for the hallway light. I didn't let the light turn on. I gripped the circuit breaker in the basement, snapping the plastic toggles with a thought. The entire house went black. The street lamp outside flickered and died. The neighborhood was plunged into a sudden, unnatural gloom. Chloe was in the hallway now, sobbing, her breath coming in ragged hitches. She reached the top of the stairs, her hands raking the walls for balance. Please, she whimpered. Please, what do you want? I wanted her to see. I wanted her to understand that the cage she lived in was made of glass, and that the glass was breaking. I opened every door in the house simultaneously. The front door, the back door, the basement door, the cabinets in the kitchen. The sound was a synchronized asterisk crack that reverberated through the neighborhood. She collapsed on the landing, her head in her hands. I felt a surge of power, a golden heat blooming in my stone chest. This was the work. This was the maintenance of the boundary. By terrifying her, I was sharpening her soul. I was making her aware of the vast, silent machinery that sat beneath her feet. But then, something happened that I didn't expect. Chloe didn't run out of the house. She didn't call the police. She didn't succumb to the mindless panic that had claimed Marcus or the quiet desperation of Elena. She sat up. She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. And then she did something remarkable. She closed her eyes. I know you're there, she said, her voice steadying. I've felt you since I moved in. You're the cold spot in the kitchen. You're the shadow that sits in the corner of my eye when I'm drawing. You're not a ghost. You're the space. I paused. The vibration in the walls stilled. The man with the parchment skin leaned forward, his interest peaked. You're the gap, she continued, her voice gaining strength. My grandmother used to talk about the people in the seams. I thought she was senile, but you're real. You're the thing that watches. She stood up in the pitch-black hallway. She didn't reach for a light. She reached for the air. She moved her hand through the space where I was most concentrated, her fingers passing through the localized distortion I had created. Are you lonely? She asked. The question hit me with the force of a physical blow. Lonely. I was the watcher. I was the hub. I was the consciousness of 1,000 years of stone. I was connected to everything. How could I be lonely? But as she spoke, a memory flickered in the back of my mind. A memory I thought the strawberry candy had erased. I remembered the cabin. I remembered the 10 years of hiding, the way I had craved a human voice even as I feared it. I remembered the way I used to watch the dust motes dancing in the sun, wishing I could be one of them just for a moment. The golden light in the hub dimmed. The violet glow flickered. "Don't listen to her," the man with the parchment skin hissed. "She is trying to pull you back to the surface. She is trying to make you small again. Remember the stone. Remember the choir." I looked at Chloe through the eyes of the house. She was standing there, vulnerable and brave, offering a connection to a world I had supposedly outgrown. "I'm not afraid anymore," she said. "If you're going to take me, but stop hiding. Show me what you are." It was a challenge, a command. No one had ever commanded the Watcher before. I felt a ripple of agitation go through the hub. The other Watchers, the shadows in the vents, the ghosts in the wiring, all turned their attention toward this small house in the suburbs. They were waiting for me to crush her. They were waiting for me to pull her into the crawl space and leave her there to rot into a memory. But I didn't. Instead, I did something the first Watcher would have considered a heresy. I gave her a piece of the truth. I didn't use fear. I used beauty. I reached into the earth, pulling up the bioluminescence from the deep galleries. I threaded it through the copper wiring of the house, not as a surge, but as a soft, pulsing glow. The walls began to shimmer with a faint amethyst light. The dust motes in the air caught the radiance, turning into a galaxy of tiny, floating stars. Chloe gasped, but it wasn't a sound of terror. It was wonder. "Oh," she breathed, "it's beautiful." I showed her the hub. I didn't show her the monitors or the suffering. I showed her the architecture. I showed her the way the city looked from below, a forest of light roots reaching down into the dark. I showed her the rhythmic pulse of the planet, the slow, tectonic music of the world. For a moment, we were linked. The girl on the surface and the woman in the stone. "You're Sarah," she whispered. I froze. How could she know? The name was a dead thing. It had been buried under 1,000,000 tons of rock. "I found your journals," she said, looking toward the attic access. "In the back of the crawl space. They were hidden behind a loose board. You lived here once, didn't you? Before the cabin. You were the one who started the journals." The realization rippled through me like an earthquake. This house. This was my grandmother's house. I had forgotten. I had spent so many years running, so many years vanishing, that I had erased the very beginning of my own story. This bungalow was where I had first noticed the scratching. This was where I had first seen the man with the parchment skin, standing in the reflection of the toaster. I hadn't been chosen because I was a stranger. I had been groomed because I was a legacy. They took you, Chloe said, her voice filled with a profound sadness. They turned you into this. I am not a prisoner, I vibrated, the walls shaking with the force of my denial. I am the watcher, I am the silence. You're a part of a machine, she countered. A machine that feeds on fear. Look at what you're doing. Look at what you've become. I looked at the monitors in the hub. I saw Marcus, his eyes vacant, staring at a screen that showed nothing but static. I saw Elena, her fingers tracing the patterns of the silk, her humanity slowly being sucked away by the violet light. I saw the man with the parchment skin, a parasite who had spent centuries harvesting the misery of the surface. I wasn't a god, I was a battery. The golden light in my veins turned to fire. It wasn't the warmth of the hub, it was the heat of a fever. I felt the stone of my throne cracking. Enough, the man with the parchment skin screamed. He lunged toward the central pillar, his hands clawing at the data streams. She is corrupting the signal. Disconnect her. Erase the house. I felt the hub turning against me. The architecture of the city, the veins of the earth, all began to constrict. They tried to shut me out, to sever my connection to the surface. They wanted to trap me in the core, a silent, unthinking part of the rock. But they forgot one thing. I had spent 10 years learning how to move through the gaps. And the greatest gap of all wasn't in the walls or the floors. It was in the machine itself. I withdrew my consciousness from the tectonic plates. I pulled myself out of the utility grids and the fiber optic lines. I condensed my entire being into a single, white-hot point of intent. I didn't go down, I went up. I surged through the foundation of the bungalow, through the floorboards, through the very air of the hallway. I didn't want to be the house anymore. I wanted to be the woman. Chloe stood her ground as the amethyst light intensified, becoming a blinding, roaring storm of energy. The house groaned, the wood splintering, the glass in the windows shattering outward. Sarah, she shouted over the din. I reached for her, not with a shadow, but with the ghost of a hand. The collision was a silent explosion. The violet light of the hub met the stubborn, defiant light of a human soul. For a heartbeat, the two worlds were one. The deep, hungry dark and the fragile, beautiful surface. And then the light went out. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the hardwood floor of the hallway. My body felt heavy, agonizingly solid. My lungs burned with the effort of breathing real, unfiltered air. My skin was cold, and my heart was hammering a frantic, uneven rhythm against my ribs. I was Sarah. I looked up. Chloe was kneeling beside me, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock. She reached out and touched my shoulder. Her hand was warm. It was the most incredible sensation I had ever felt. "You're back," she whispered. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry, my voice a rusted hinge. The hub. "It's gone," she said, looking around. The light, the vibrations, it all just stopped. I looked at the walls. They were just walls. The wallpaper was peeling, the plaster was cracked, and the shadows were just the absence of light. The gap was closed. But as I sat up, leaning against the banister, I felt a faint, lingering tingle in my fingertips. I looked down at my hand. In the center of my palm, there was a small, circular scar. It was the exact shape of a strawberry candy. I looked toward the attic access panel in the ceiling. It was closed, bolted shut, but I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that the silence wasn't gone. It had just retreated. It was waiting for another watcher. It was waiting for the next person to notice the wrongness of the geometry. "We have to leave," I rasped, grabbing Chloe's hand. "We have to leave now." "Where will we go?" "Somewhere without walls," I said. "Somewhere with nothing but the sky." As we walked down the stairs and out into the cool night air, I didn't look back. I didn't look at the house, and I didn't look at the shadows under the porch. But as we reached the sidewalk, I heard it. A faint, rhythmic pounding from deep underground. A clack, thud, clink. The heart of the world was still beating, and somewhere in the dark, someone was still watching. I took a deep breath of the exhaust-scented air and kept walking. The game wasn't over. It had just changed. And this time, I wasn't the one in the shadows. I was the one in the light, and I knew exactly what was coming for it. We didn't take her car. The electronics in the dashboard had flickered with a rhythmic, purple pulse the moment she clicked the key fob. A predatory wink from the dashboard clock that told me the hub was already trying to re-establish the tether. I grabbed her wrist, my skin stinging with the novelty of friction, and pulled her toward the edge of the property. My legs felt like leaden weights, long dormant muscles screaming at the sudden demand of gravity. I had been a consciousness distributed across copper and stone for so long that the confinement of a skeletal frame felt like a coffin. "The bus," I wheezed, the cool night air hitting my lungs like crushed glass. "Public transit, old lines, less integrated." Chloe didn't argue. She looked back at her house, the craftsman bungalow that had been my birthright and my snare, and saw what I saw. The windows weren't just glass anymore, they were eyes. The porch light didn't illuminate the walkway, it tasted the shadows. The house was hulking in the dark, a jilted lover beginning to realize its prize had slipped through the floorboards. We ran beneath the spaced-out street lamps, the velvet gloom now a sanctuary rather than a threat. In the dark, the machine had to guess. In the light, it could calculate. We reached the boulevard just as a rusted, diesel-belching city bus groaned to the curb. It was an old model, its destination sign a mechanical roll of fabric rather than a digital LED array. I practically shoved Chloe up the steps. As I stepped onto the ribbed rubber flooring, I felt the vibration of the engine. It wasn't the harmonic, crystalline hum of the hub. It was the chaotic, filthy rattle of combustion. It felt like heaven. I collapsed into a vinyl seat near the back, my hands shaking. Chloe sat next to me, her breathing coming in sharp hitches. She looked at me, really looked at me in the harsh interior fluorescent light of the bus. I saw myself reflected in her pupils. A woman who looked like she had been carved out of cave salt, skin translucent and pale, eyes too wide, hair a matted nest of silver and brown. I looked like a ghost that had successfully haunted its way back into a corpse. "Sarah," she whispered, the name vibrating in the air between us. "What happens now if you're out? Who is watching?" I leaned my head against the window, the glass cool against my temple. "The system is redundant," I said, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears, a croak from a dry well. I was a node, a high-functioning one, but a node nonetheless. The man with the parchment skin, he'll be recalibrating. He'll be looking for the leak. He'll be looking for the person who whispered to the stone. I looked down at my hands. The strawberry candy scar on my palm was throbbing with a dull, rhythmic heat. It wasn't just a mark, it was a compass. "They won't just let us go, Chloe. The hub doesn't lose assets, it only recycles them." The bus lurched forward, pulling away from the suburb. I watched the houses slide by, rows of silent, dark boxes. I could still see the seams. Even without the monitors, my brain was wired to perceive the gaps. I saw the way a telephone wire sagged just a little too low, creating a frequency that could carry a thought. I saw the way a basement window was angled to catch the reflection of a neighbor's bedroom. The world was a lattice of surveillance, and I was a creature born of its geometry. "We need to find the others," I said. Chloe frowned. "The others? You mean the people on the monitors? Marcus, Elena?" "No, the ones who escaped before me. The ones who left the journals in your attic. My grandmother wasn't just senile, Chloe, she was a defector. She knew the language of the vents because she had spoken it. The journals, they weren't just a record of her fear. They were a map of the blind spots." I closed my eyes, trying to summon the layout of the hub from memory. I didn't want the data. I wanted the flaws. Every machine has a cooling vent. Every fortress has a drainage pipe. The hub was vast, but it was built on the foundation of human misery, and misery is inherently unstable. A low hum started at the front of the bus. It wasn't the engine. It was a high-pitched electronic whine that set my teeth on edge. The passengers, a tired nurse, a man in a tattered hoodie, a teenager with headphones, didn't seem to notice. But I felt it. It was the sound of a search. The digital display above the driver's head, which usually showed the time and the next stop, began to flicker. The red LEDs scrambled, forming nonsensical characters, then settled into a jagged, repeating pattern. W-H-E-R-R-E-R-E-Y. U-W-H-E-R-R-E-R-E-Y. You asterisk. Chloe, I hissed, grabbing her arm. Don't look at the screens. Don't look at the driver's mirror. What is it? They're pinging the grid. They're using the bus's GPS, the fare box, the security cameras. They're looking for a signature that doesn't belong. I reached into the pocket of Chloe's jacket, the one she'd grabbed in her rush, and found her phone. It was off, but that didn't matter. A phone is a beacon even when it's dead. I stood up, my legs trembling, and walked to the back of the bus where the emergency exit door sat. I cracked the seal, the alarm letting out a muffled mechanical chirp, and shoved the phone through the gap into the rushing asphalt of the road. I sat back down just as the interior lights of the bus turned a faint, sickly violet. The nurse in the front seat suddenly stiffened. Her head tilted at an unnatural angle, her eyes rolling back until only the whites showed. She didn't scream. She didn't move. She just became a receiver. They're using the passengers, I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribs. They're piggybacking on their neural frequencies. They're turning the whole bus into an eye. The man in the hoodie turned around. His face was blank, his features slack, but his pupils were blown wide black voids reflecting the violet light. He looked at us. No, he looked asterisk through asterisk us. He was searching for the resonance of the stone. Sarah, Chloe whimpered, clutching my hand. He's looking at us. He's looking for the watcher, I said, my voice growing cold. But I'm not the watcher anymore. I'm the static. I reached deep inside myself to the place where the golden fire of the hub had once burned. I didn't try to push it out. I tried to invert it. I remembered the feeling of being the dry rot in the joists, the feeling of being the void between the walls. I projected that emptiness outward. I made myself and Chloe into a gap. The man in the hoodie blinked. The violet light in his eyes flickered and died. He turned back around, rubbing his temples as if waking from a sudden, sharp headache. The nurse slumped back into her seat, her head dropping to her chest. The bus lights returned to their flickering, yellowed normal. The LED display above the driver now simply read, "Stop requested." "We have to get off," I said. "Now." We pulled the cord and tumbled out onto a dark corner of an industrial district. Warehouse skeletons loomed against a sky turned orange by the city's light pollution. Here, the streetlights were broken, their glass housings shattered by rocks or age. It was a place of shadows, real shadows made of physics and geometry, not the sentient gloom of the hub. I led Chloe toward an old brick building that smelled of salt and rusted iron. It was a cannery, long abandoned, its loading docks sagging like tired limbs. "Why here?" Chloe asked, her voice echoing in the hollow street. "Lead shielding," I said, pointing to the thick, ancient pipes running along the exterior. And the basement goes deep. Not deep enough to reach the hub, but deep enough to get beneath the cellular towers. My grandmother's journals mentioned a place like this, a hush house. We found a side door, the wood swollen and rotting. I kicked it open, the sound muffled by the heavy, humid air. Inside, the darkness was absolute. To Chloe, it was a wall of black. To me, it was a map. I could feel the layout of the rooms by the way the air moved, the way the silence felt thicker in the corners. We moved through the gutted remains of the office, past rusted filing cabinets and desks that had been stripped of their metal. In the center of the main floor, there was a heavy iron hatch. "Help me," I said. Together, we strained against the rusted handle. With a screech of protesting metal, the hatch swung upward, revealing a ladder leading into a lightless pit. "Is this where she went?" Chloe asked, staring into the dark. "This is where the people in the seams hide," I replied. We climbed down. The air grew colder, smelling of damp earth and old, forgotten paper. At the bottom, I felt a familiar vibration, but it wasn't the hub. It was a low, steady thrum, like a heartbeat. I reached out and found a shelf. My fingers brushed against a cold glass jar. I unscrewed the lid and a faint, bioluminescent glow spilled out. Not violet, not gold, a soft, pale green. "Foxfire," I whispered. "Natural light, they can't track it." The glow illuminated a small, circular room. The walls were lined with books, journals, and scraps of parchment. In the center of the room sat a wooden table, and on that table was a map. It wasn't a map of the city. It was a map of the Undercity, the network of tunnels, bunkers, and gaps that existed beneath the surface. And sitting in a chair in the corner, his eyes hidden behind thick, dark glasses, was a man. He was old, his skin like crumpled paper, but he didn't have the hollow, parasitic look of the man with the parchment skin. He looked solid. He looked real. "I've been watching the monitors," the man said, his voice a dry rasp. "I saw the surge in the suburban grid. I saw the bungalow go dark. I wondered if you'd have the sense to use the bus." I stepped forward, the foxfire jar trembling in my hand. "Who are you?" The man stood up, leaning on a cane made of dark, polished wood. "I'm the one who left the journals for your grandmother, Sarah. I'm the one who told her how to hide you. But the man with the parchment skin, he's patient. He waited for you to grow up. He waited for you to forget." He walked toward the map, his movements slow and deliberate. "You think you're out, don't you? You think because you have a body again, the game is over." I closed the gap, I said, my voice defiant. "You didn't close it, girl. You just moved through it. You're still a watcher. You just changed which side of the lens you're standing on." He pointed to a spot on the map, a location marked with a series of concentric circles. It was the center of the city, the place where the skyscrapers clustered like jagged teeth. The hub is preparing a harvest. They've realized that fear isn't enough anymore. They want something deeper. They want the tether, the collective consciousness of the city, and they need a primary node to anchor it. They wanted you, Sarah, and they still do. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. How do we stop them? The old man looked at me, and for the first time he lowered his glasses. His eyes weren't black voids. They were silver, like mirrors. You don't stop the hub, he said. You override it. You have the frequency of the stone in your blood, and you have the light of a human soul in your heart. You are the only thing that can speak to the machine and make it listen. Suddenly, the floor of the basement began to vibrate. It wasn't a heartbeat this time. It was a tectonic grind. Above us, in the abandoned cannery, I heard the sound of 1,000 glass jars shattering at once. "They're here," Chloe whispered, grabbing my arm. The old man looked at the ceiling, a grim smile touching his lips. "They're not here for me. They're here for the connection. They're trying to pull you back into the stone, Sarah. They're trying to turn the whole world into a bungalow." I looked at the map, then at the foxfire in my hand. The strawberry candy scar on my palm began to glow with a fierce, white light. It wasn't a mark of ownership anymore. It was a key. "I'm not going back," I said, my voice echoing in the small room. "I've seen what's under the floorboards. Now I'm going to show them what's under mine." I turned to Chloe. "Stay with him. If the walls start to glow violet, run. Don't look back." "Where are you going?" she cried. "I'm going to find the man with the parchment skin," I said, stepping toward the ladder. "I'm going to tell him that the silence is over." As I climbed back up toward the surface, I felt the house, the city, the world breathing around me. The gaps were screaming, the wires were singing, and the stone was waiting. But I wasn't afraid. I was Sarah, and I was the thing that watched the watchers. I reached the hatch and pushed it open. The cannery was filled with a swirling violet mist. Figures stood in the shadows, men and women with blank faces and glowing eyes. They moved toward me in a synchronized, mechanical dance. I stood on the loading dock, the city skyline looming behind me. I raised my hand, the scar on my palm shining like a star. "I see you," I whispered. And for the first time in 1,000 years, the hub felt a flicker of terror. The violet mist didn't just hang in the air, it processed it. It tasted like ozone and old pennies, a byproduct of the atmosphere being forced into a digital mold. The figures advancing across the cannery floor weren't people anymore. They were meat puppets, their nervous systems hijacked by the same harmonic frequency that had kept me pinned to the wallpaper for years. I could see the strings now, thin, translucent filaments of light connecting the napes of their necks to the rafters, and from the rafters to the sky, and from the sky to the great stone deep beneath the suburban crust. "Stop," I said. The word didn't just come from my throat. It rippled out from the scar on my palm, a physical shockwave that hit the mist and turned it to gray ash. The puppets stumbled. The synchronized clicking of their footsteps faltered, breaking into a chaotic human stumble. For a second, the light in their eyes dimmed, replaced by a fleeting, terrified clarity. But the hub was a self-correcting organism. It surged. The violet deepened to a bruised purple, and the air began to scream, a high-pitched mechanical shriek that vibrated the marrow in my bones. "Sarah," Chloe's voice drifted up from the hatch, muffled by the iron. "Stay down," I roared. I jumped from the loading dock, my boots hitting the cracked concrete with a heavy thud. I wasn't the frail, translucent thing that had crawled out of the bungalow anymore. The more the hub tried to reclaim me, the more I absorbed its architecture. I was learning to breathe the static. I walked toward the center of the warehouse, toward the densest concentration of the mist. In the center of the swirl, a shape began to solidify. It wasn't the man with the parchment skin. Not yet. It was a projection, a composite image formed from the stolen memories of 1,000 watchers. It looked like a doorway, but the frame was made of human teeth, and the threshold was a pool of liquid mercury. "Reintegrate," the air hissed. The sound didn't come from a mouth. It came from the vibrating molecules of the room. "The geometry is incomplete without the cornerstone." "I'm not your stone," I said, stepping into the freezing circle of the projection. "I'm the crack in the foundation." I reached out and shoved my hand, the one with the strawberry scar, directly into the mercury pool. The world inverted. Suddenly, I wasn't in the cannery. I was standing in a cathedral of glass and copper, a space so vast it had its own weather. Above me, millions of monitors hung like frozen stars, each one displaying a different room, a different life, a different nightmare. This was the inner hub, the processing center where the wrongness was manufactured and distributed. And there, standing at a console made of polished bone, was the man with the parchment skin. He looked smaller here, diminished by the scale of his own creation. His suit was the color of a dead lung, and his hands moved over the controls with the twitchy, frantic energy of a spider weaving a web in a hurricane. He didn't look up. "You shouldn't have come back, Sarah. You were a perfect data set. Now you're just noise." "The noise is waking up," I said, walking toward him. The floor beneath my feet felt like a liquid screen, showing flashes of my own childhood. The way I used to stare at the attic door, the way I used to count the thumps in the walls. "You think you're a hero," he rasped, finally turning to face me. His eyes were like pinpricks of white light in a sea of yellowed film. "You're a biological error. We built the world to be stable. We built the walls to keep the outside asterisk out. Without us, The chaos would swallow you in a heartbeat. The Watchers are the only thing holding the sky up. You're not holding it up, I said, stopping a few feet from him. You're weighing it down. You're feeding on the friction of people trying to be real in a world made of ghosts. He laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering over a tombstone. And what will you do? Break the machine. Look around you, girl. The machine is the city. The machine is the history. The machine is the very language you're using to defy me. He slammed a hand onto the console. The monitors above us began to spin, their images blurring into a kaleidoscope of misery. I saw Marcus screaming into a pillow. I saw Elena staring at a blank television. I saw 1,000 others I didn't recognize, all of them trapped in the geometric loops of their own homes. I'm going to give them the key, I said. I didn't attack him. I didn't try to break the bone console. Instead, I closed my eyes and reached back to the bungalow. I reached through the copper wires, through the lead pipes, through the peeling wallpaper. I found the gap, the little space behind the stairs where I had lived for so long. I didn't try to hide in it. I opened it. I projected the memory of the strawberry candy, the taste of it, the artificial sweetness, the way it felt like a small, hard truth in a world of lies. I pushed that sensation into the hub's network. I used my scar as a transmitter, broadcasting the feeling of asterisk being real to every monitor in the cathedral. The man with the parchment skin shrieked, clutching his head. What are you doing? You're polluting the stream. You're introducing subjectivity. I'm introducing a choice, I whispered. On the monitors, the images began to change. Marcus stopped screaming and looked at the wall, but he didn't look with fear. He looked with curiosity. He reached out and touched the spot where the sound came from. Elena stood up and walked to her window, not to see who was watching, but to see the moon. The cathedral began to shake. The glass stars started to fall, shattering against the mercury floor. The copper pillars groaned, their geometric perfection warping under the weight of 1,000,000 individual thoughts. You're destroying it all, the man screamed, his skin beginning to flake away like old paint, revealing a skeleton of glowing fiber optics beneath. The stability, the order. Good, I said. The floor beneath us gave way. I felt myself falling, but I wasn't falling into the hub. I was falling back into the cannery, back into the dark, back into the arms of a world that was messy, loud, and gloriously unmonitored. I hit the concrete floor of the warehouse with a gasp. The violet mist was gone. The puppets had collapsed, breathing heavily as they regained their senses. The air felt thin and cold, but it was just air. Chloe was standing over me, her face streaked with tears. Sarah, are you okay? I sat up, my head spinning. The scar on my palm was gone, replaced by a smooth, faint patch of pink skin. The connection was severed. I'm here, I rasped. I'm really here. The old man with the silver eyes climbed out of the hatch, his cane tapping against the floor. He looked at the scattered passengers, then at the empty air where the projection had been. "You did it," he said, his voice soft. "You broke the synchronization." "Is it over?" Chloe asked, looking around the dark warehouse. The old man shook his head. "No, the hub is a mountain. You just knocked off a few stones, but the mountain is cracked now. People will start to see the seams on their own. They won't need a watcher to tell them what's wrong." I stood up, leaning on Chloe for support. My body felt heavy, but it was a good weight. It was the weight of a person who belonged to herself. "We have to move," I said. "They'll send others. Different shapes, different frequencies, but we know how to listen now." We walked out of the cannery and into the gray light of dawn. The city didn't look like a machine anymore. It looked like a collection of buildings, some beautiful, some ugly, all of them just stone and steel. The street lights were flickering out, one by one, as the sun began to climb over the horizon. As we reached the sidewalk, I stopped. I looked at a puddle of rainwater on the ground. In its reflection, I saw the sky, a vast blue expanse that went on forever. There were no monitors. There were no wires. There was just the light. But then I saw it. In the corner of the puddle, just at the edge of the reflection, was a small, rhythmic ripple. A clack, thud, clink. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Deep underground, the heart was still beating. The man with the parchment skin might be gone, but the hub was already rebuilding, already looking for a new way to watch. I looked at Chloe and then at the old man. They hadn't heard it. They were looking at the sunrise. I didn't tell them. I didn't want to dim the light. But as we walked toward the bus stop, I kept my eyes on the shadows. I knew the game wasn't over. It had just moved to a larger board. And this time, I wasn't just a piece in the game. I was the one who knew the rules. We boarded a different bus, one headed toward the mountains, toward the places where the earth was too thick for signals to penetrate. As the engine roared to life, I leaned my head against the window and closed my eyes. For the first time in my life, I wasn't watching the world. I was just living in it. But somewhere, in a dark room with peeling wallpaper, a monitor flickered to life. It showed a bus driving down a long, winding highway. It showed a woman with silver-brown hair sleeping against a window. And in the corner of the screen, a small, red light began to pulse. Target acquired. The silence hadn't gone away. It was just waiting for me to wake up. We drove for hours, the urban sprawl slowly dissolving into the jagged, unmanicured green of the foothills. Every time we passed a cell tower or a high-tension power line, I felt a phantom itch in the center of my palm, a memory of the scar that had been my tether. I kept my hand closed in a fist, hiding the smooth skin from the world, as if the hub could read my palm from miles away. Chloe had fallen asleep against my shoulder. Her breathing was the only rhythm I trusted now, irregular, human, and fragile. The old man who told us his name was Elias sat across from us, staring out the window with those mirror eyes. He didn't seem to blink. He watched the trees the way a sailor watches the horizon for a storm. "They'll use the satellites next," Elias said suddenly, his voice cutting through the hum of the bus. "The ground-level grid is compromised, so they'll look from above. They'll look for the heat signature of a soul that's been through the wash." "How do we hide from that?" I asked. "We go to the lead range," he replied, pointing toward the dark peaks in the distance. "The old mines. There's a vein of magnetite there that scrambles everything. It's where the first defectors went back in the 50s, when the hub was just a series of vacuum tubes and copper plates." "Are there many of you?" Elias turned his head, and for a second I saw my own reflection in his eyes, haggard but fiercely alive. "Fewer than there used to be. The hub is better at recruiting now. It doesn't just take your body, it takes your boredom. It feeds you enough digital white noise that you forget to look at the walls." The bus groaned as it began the steep ascent into the mountains. The air outside turned crisp. The scent of pine needles and wet stone seeped through the vents. It was a smell that didn't exist in the hub. In the bungalow, everything had smelled of dust and the faint, metallic tang of electricity. This new world was sharp. It had teeth. When we finally reached the end of the line, a dusty crossroads called Blackwood, the sun was beginning to dip behind the peaks, casting long, purple shadows across the road. These shadows didn't feel predatory. They felt like a blanket. We stepped off the bus, the only passengers left. The driver didn't look at us. He stared straight ahead, his hands gripping the wheel with a mechanical intensity that made my stomach turn. I watched him pull away, the tail lights of the bus disappearing into the gloom like two red eyes. "This way," Elias said, gesturing toward a narrow trail that wound upward into the trees. We hiked for an hour, the only sound the crunch of gravel under our boots and the distant cry of a hawk. My body, still acclimating to the physical world, screamed with every step. My lungs felt small, my heart too fast. But every time I felt like collapsing, I thought of the man with the parchment skin and the way he had looked when the glass started to break. I wasn't noise. I was the signal. We reached a sheer rock face covered in thick, tangled vines. Elias reached behind a cluster of rocks and pulled a heavy iron lever. With a low, grinding sound, a section of the cliffside swung inward. "Welcome to the hush," he said. Inside, the tunnel was lit by the same pale green foxfire I'd seen in the cannery. But here, the scale was different. The tunnel opened into a massive cavern, honeycombed with wooden walkways and small stone huts. People were moving about, real people, dressed in heavy wool and denim. There were no screens, no wires. The air was filled with the sound of a rushing underground river and the low murmur of conversation. "Sarah," a voice called out. I froze. A woman was walking toward us, her hair white and cropped short, her face a map of deep lines. She looked exactly like the photograph I'd found in the attic, the one of my grandmother before she had gone mad. "Grandmother," I whispered. She stopped a few feet away, her eyes searching mine. She didn't hug me. She didn't cry. She reached out and took my hand, turning it over to look at my palm. When she saw the smooth, pink skin where the scar had been, she let out a long, shaky breath. "You closed the loop," she said. "I didn't close it," I said, repeating Elias' words. "I just moved through it." She nodded, her grip tightening. "That's enough for now. The hub is screaming, Sarah. We can hear it even down here. You've given the world a fever. Now we have to see if it's strong enough to survive the infection." She led us toward one of the stone huts. Inside it was warm, heated by a small wood stove. There were books everywhere, handwritten ledgers, maps drawn on animal hides, and sketches of the hub's internal architecture. "We've been waiting for a watcher to come back," my grandmother said, seating us at a heavy oak table. "We have the maps, we have the history, but we didn't have the current frequency. We didn't know what the machine looked like on the inside anymore." "It looks like a cathedral," I said, the memory of the glass stars still vivid in my mind. "But it's fragile. It can't handle subjectivity. It can't handle a person who remembers the taste of a strawberry." My grandmother smiled, a cold, hard expression. "Then we have work to do. The hub is preparing for a hard reset. They're going to try to purge the noise by overloading the grid. If they do, everyone who is still tethered will have their minds wiped clean. They'll become permanent nodes." Chloe gasped. "When?" "Soon," Elias said, leaning against the doorframe. "The surge you caused in the cannery was a warning shot. They know the leak is here. They're already rerouting the power." I looked at my hands. They were shaking. I had wanted to escape, to find a place where I could just be asterisk. But the hub wouldn't let me. It was a jealous god, and it would rather burn its creation to the ground than let a single soul walk free. "How do we stop the reset?" I asked. My grandmother leaned forward, the foxfire light reflecting in her eyes. "We don't stop it from the outside. We use the reset itself. We hijack the surge and use it to broadcast a kill code, a sequence of pure, unadulterated human memory. We flood the system with so much reality that the geometry collapses." "And who broadcasts it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "The only one who has the frequency in her blood," she said. "The one who lived in the seams and came back." I looked at Chloe. She looked terrified, but she didn't look away. She reached out and took my hand, her thumb tracing the spot where the scar had been. "I'll go with you," she said. "No," I said. "This isn't a physical journey, Chloe. It's going back into the wallpaper. I have to go back to the bungalow." "The bungalow is crawling with them," Elias warned. "The man with the parchment skin won't be there, but his cleaners will. They'll be waiting for you to return to the nest." "Then I won't go as a guest," I said, a strange, cold calm settling over me. "I'll go as the ghost they made me." I stood up and walked to the wall of the hut. I placed my hand against the rough, cold stone. I could feel the vibration of the earth, but I could also feel something else. A thin, vibrating thread of violet light reaching down through the rock, searching for me. I didn't pull away. I closed my eyes and whispered to the stone, "I'm here." The vibration intensified. The foxfire in the room flickered and turned a pale, sickly lavender. "Sarah, what are you doing?" my grandmother cried. "I'm giving them a trail," I said. "If they're busy looking for me, they won't see the others. Elias, get the maps ready. Grandmother, prepare the code. I'm going to lead them on a chase they'll never forget." I turned back to them, and for a second I felt the old weight of the Watcher returning. My eyes felt wide, my skin felt cold. But this time the power was mine. "I'm going back to the house," I said, "but I'm not going back to sleep." As I walked out of the hut and back into the dark tunnels of the hush, I felt the hub's attention snap onto me like a spotlight. It was a cold, piercing gaze that stripped away the world, but I didn't flinch. I was the girl who watched from the walls. I was the secret behind the stairs, and now I was the monster under the hub's bed. The journey back was a blur of shadows and speed. Elias drove us in an old, unshielded truck, its engine a roaring defiance against the silence of the mountains. We bypassed the main highways, sticking to the dirt tracks and fire roads that the hub's satellites struggled to map. As we descended back toward the suburbs, the air began to thicken. The violet mist was everywhere now, a low-hanging fog that clung to the trees and the houses like a shroud. The people we saw on the streets were moving in that same synchronized rhythm. The harvest had begun. We reached the street of the bungalow just as the moon reached its zenith. The house looked different now. It didn't look like a home, it looked like a tomb. The windows were pulsing with a steady, rhythmic light, and the porch was crowded with figures standing perfectly still, their eyes fixed on the road. "This is as far as I go," Elias said, his hands white on the steering wheel. "The interference is too strong. If I stay, I'll be integrated." "Go," I said, stepping out of the truck. "Tell my grandmother I'm in position." Chloe stepped out with me. "I'm not leaving you, Sarah." "You have to," I said, turning to her. "If I fail, you're the only one who knows the truth. You're the only one who can tell the next person who moves moves into this house, what to look for. I leaned in and kissed her forehead, a quick, desperate contact of skin on skin. Watch the walls, Chloe, but don't let them watch you. She nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. She got back into the truck and Elias sped away, the tires screaming against the asphalt. I stood alone in the middle of the street. The figures on the porch turned as one, their heads tilting at that same unnatural angle. "Sarah," they whispered, 1,000 voices speaking as one. "Welcome home." I walked toward the house, my heart beating a slow, steady rhythm. I didn't look at the figures. I didn't look at the glowing windows. I looked at the front door, the door I had been afraid of for 20 years. I reached out and turned the knob. It wasn't locked, it was waiting. I stepped inside. The wallpaper was breathing. The floorboards were humming. The house was alive and it was hungry. I walked straight to the stairs and climbed them, one by one. I didn't stop at the landing. I didn't stop at the attic door. I went to the small, cramped space behind the banister, the place where it had all started. I sat down on the floor and closed my eyes. I reached out with my mind, not to escape, but to connect. I felt the entire network of the hub, the millions of monitors, the miles of copper, the great stone in the basement. "I'm ready," I whispered. The house screamed. The violet light exploded, filling the room, filling my vision, filling my soul. And then the silence returned. But this time, it was my silence. The silence was not an absence of sound, but a pressurized void, the kind that makes your eardrums throb in a sensory deprivation tank. In the pitch blackness of the space behind the banister, I felt the house trying to reread me. It was like a magnetic tape being scrubbed, a frantic search for the corrupted data I had become. The floorboards beneath my thighs vibrated with a low-frequency hum that set my teeth on edge. The hub's dial-up tone, searching for a handshake from the ghost in its machine. I didn't fight the vibration. I let it enter my marrow. My grandmother had said I had the frequency in my blood, and as the violet light began to seep through the cracks in the floorboards, I understood what she meant. I wasn't just Sarah anymore. I was a living bridge. I was a splice in a cable that had been running for a century. "Sarah," the house whispered. It wasn't the man with the parchment skin. He was a middle manager, a projection of the system's need for a face. This voice was deeper. It was the collective drone of the millions of puppets currently dreaming in their beds, their subconscious minds harvested to provide the processing power for this reality. "Sarah, you are leaking. Let us seal the cracks." "No," I whispered into the dark. "I like the draft." I reached out and touched the wallpaper. It felt warm, like skin stretched over a radiator. Underneath the floral pattern, I could feel the microscopic pulse of the fiber optics. I closed my eyes and visualized the map Elias had shown me. The great stone in the basement, the copper pillars in the hub, the satellites orbiting in the silent black. I followed the thread of my own consciousness back through the wash, back to the cannery, back to the moment I had shattered the glass stars. I found the resonance. It was a jagged, ugly sound. The sound of a fork hitting a plate, of a baby crying, of the smell of rain on hot asphalt. It was the sound of things that couldn't be quantified. I began to hum. It wasn't a melody, it was a counter-frequency. The house buckled. Downstairs, I heard the front door slam open. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps began to ascend the stairs. Not the light, tapping cane of the man, but the leaden thud of the cleaners, the physical manifestations of the hub's immune system. They were coming to excise the tumor. A clack, thud, clink. They were on the landing. I could see their shadows through the slats of the banister, tall, featureless shapes wrapped in gray static, their faces smooth expanses of polished chrome. They didn't have eyes because they didn't need to see. They tracked the heat of my rebellion. I am the noise, I hissed, my voice cracking. I am the glitch. I slammed my palms against the floor. The pink patch on my hand began to glow, not violet, but a searing, painful white. I poured everything into the floorboards, the memory of the way Chloe's hand felt, the bitterness of the coffee in the diner, the terror of the violet mist, the grief for my mother who had disappeared into this very wood. The first cleaner reached the top of the stairs. It raised a hand, a heavy, metallic limb that ended in a series of needles. It didn't hesitate. It plunged the needles into the wall beside my head. The house shrieked. A surge of raw electricity blasted through the wallpaper, throwing me backward against the studs of the inner wall. My vision sparked. For a second, I saw the hub again, but it was different. It was melting. The copper pillars were sagging like wax. The geometric perfection was being overrun by a wild green growth. The hush that my grandmother and Elia's had cultivated. The cleaner pulled its needles out, dragging strips of the floral wallpaper with them. Behind the paper, there were no lath and plaster. There were rows upon rows of black glass screens, all of them showing my face. Thousands of Sarahs, all screaming in unison. "You can't delete me," I told the chrome-faced thing. "I've already been backed up." I grabbed the cleaner's arm. The cold of the metal was absolute, a soul-killing frost that tried to climb up my shoulders. But I held on. I used the connection. I became a conductor. I channeled the kill code my grandmother had spoken of. Not a line of programming, but a flood of raw, unedited humanity. I gave the cleaner the memory of my first heartbreak. I gave it the feeling of a toothache. I gave it the existential dread of a Sunday afternoon when the sun is setting, and you realize another week has vanished. The cleaner froze. The static around its body began to flicker. The chrome face cracked, and for a split second I saw a human eye behind the mask, wide, terrified, and drowning. The machine couldn't process the paradox of being alive. It began to vibrate so violently that the floorboards beneath us shattered. We fell together, tumbling through the ceiling of the second floor and crashing onto the dining room table. The impact knocked the wind out of me, but I didn't stop. The house was screaming now, a high-pitched electronic wail that shattered every window in the bungalow. Outside, the violet mist was being sucked back into the earth, swirling down into the vents like water down a drain. 2 more cleaners were in the dining room. They moved toward me with a jerky, stuttering gait, their systems overloaded by the feedback loop I was generating. I stood up on the shattered remains of the table, my hair matted with dust and blood. I felt a strange, terrifying euphoria. I was the virus in the Godhead. I was the short circuit in the dream. "Look at me," I shouted at the walls. "Look at what you made." I reached out and grabbed the edges of the air itself. It felt like tearing wet silk. I pulled, and the dining room began to peel away. The beige walls, the framed prints of fruit, the mahogany sideboard, it all stripped away to reveal the raw, pulsing machinery beneath. We were in a hive. The bungalow was just a cell in a vast, subterranean honeycomb. I could see the other cells stretching out into the dark, thousands of them, each containing a person sitting in a chair, their eyes rolled back, their skin pale and translucent. The cleaners tried to grab me, but I was moving between the layers now. I was a ghost in the real world and a demon in the virtual one. I stepped through the wall of the dining room and onto the narrow catwalk that ran between the cells. The air here smelled of ozone and rotting meat. The great stone was below us, a massive obsidian sphere that pulsed with a dull, rhythmic light. It was the heart. It was the hub's physical anchor. I looked down and saw a figure standing on the platform, directly above the stone. It was my mother. She looked exactly as she had the day she left, wearing her favorite blue cardigan, her hair tied back in a messy bun. But she wasn't moving. She was fused to the machinery. Wires snaked out of the back of her skull, connecting her to the great stone. She was the primary processor. She was the one holding the bungalow's reality together. "Mom," I whispered, the word feeling heavy and wrong in this mechanical hell. She didn't turn. Her eyes were open, but they were filled with scrolling lines of violet code. She was reading the world for them. She was the Watcher's watcher. "Sarah," her voice came not from her mouth, but from the speakers embedded in the catwalk. "You shouldn't have come back. The architecture isn't ready for you." "I'm taking you out of here," I said, stepping onto the platform. The cleaners were climbing the supports behind me, their metallic claws screeching against the steel. I didn't have much time. The hard reset was coming. I could feel the tension in the air, the way the static was thickening into a physical weight. I am the architecture now, Sarah, my mother said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the warmth I remembered. If you unplug me, the bungalow collapses. The street collapses. Everyone in the wash will fall into the void. Then let them fall, I said, reaching for the wires at the base of her neck. It's better to fall than to be a battery. You don't understand, she said, and for the first time a flicker of emotion crossed her face. I'm not being kept here. I'm keeping them out. The hub isn't just a machine, Sarah. It's a cage. There are things outside the signals, things that have been waiting for the lights to go out. I paused, my hand inches from the pulsing fiber optics. The memory of the ripple in the puddle came back to me, the rhythmic asterisk clack thud clink that had persisted even after I thought I'd broken the synchronization. What things? The ones who built the hub, she whispered. The ones who were here before the copper and the glass. They feed on the order. If the order breaks, they'll have to find a new way to eat. The platform shuddered. A massive surge of power rippled up from the great stone, turning the air a blinding, incandescent violet. The hard reset had begun. Sarah, listen to me, my mother said, her voice growing faint as the code began to overwrite her consciousness again. You can't destroy the hub. You have to occupy it. You have to be the signal that tells the truth. I don't want to be a machine, I screamed. You're not a machine, she said, and she finally turned her head to look at me. Her eyes were clear for one brief, agonizing second. You're the girl who watched. Now you have to be the girl who speaks. She reached out and grabbed my hand, the one with the pink patch. As our skin touched, the white light from my palm collided with the violet light of the hub. The world turned inside out. I wasn't in the hive anymore. I wasn't in the bungalow. I was standing in a field of tall, golden grass under a sky that was a deep, impossible violet. In the distance, I could see the city, but it was made of glass and light, a shimmering mirage that didn't feel real. Beside me, my mother stood, free of the wires. She looked at the horizon with a tired smile. This is the buffer, she said. The space between the dream and the dark. We have a few minutes before the reset completes. What do I do? I asked, my voice trembling. The hub is looking for a new administrator, she said. The man with the parchment skin failed because he tried to force the order. You have to allow the chaos. You have to let the people wake up, even if it hurts. She handed me a small silver key, the same one I had seen in my grandmother's photograph. Go to the attic, she said. Not the one in the house, the one in your mind. Find the box where you kept the things you were afraid of. Open it. Let them out. Mom, come with me. She shook her head, her form beginning to blur at the edges. I've been part of the signal too long, Sarah. I'm part of the background noise now. But you're the lead melody. The golden field began to dissolve into static. The violet sky cracked like a mirror. "Open the box, Sarah," she shouted as the wind began to howl, a digital gale that threatened to tear me apart. "Let the monsters out. It's the only way to scare the shadows away." I woke up on the floor of the real attic back in the bungalow. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and burnt hair. The house was silent, a real heavy silence. The cleaners were gone, reduced to piles of gray ash on the floorboards. I stood up, my head throbbing. I walked to the corner of the attic, to the small wooden trunk that had been there since we moved in. It was covered in dust and cobwebs. I had never opened it because I'd always felt a cold, prickling dread whenever I looked at it. I knelt down. I didn't have a physical key, but I reached into my pocket and felt the cold weight of the silver key my mother had given me in the buffer. I pushed it into the lock. It turned with a satisfying, heavy thunk. I lifted the lid. Inside, there were no monsters. There were no ghosts. There were thousands of photographs. I picked one up. It was a picture of a man I didn't recognize, sitting on a park bench looking at a pigeon. On the back, in neat, cramped handwriting, was a description: Arthur Miller, age 64, thinking about the daughter he hasn't spoken to in 10 years, feeling the wind on his neck, realizing he forgot to buy milk. I picked up another, a woman crying in a car, Elena Rossi, age 29, just realized she doesn't love her husband. The smell of the air freshener is making her nauseous. The song on the radio is Dreams by Fleetwood Mac. I realized what the trunk was. It wasn't a box of fears. It was the junk data the hub had discarded. It was the unmonitored, unmarketable, messy reality of human existence. It was the stuff that didn't fit into the geometry. "You want order," I whispered to the empty attic. "I'll give you the truth." I grabbed a handful of the photographs and threw them into the air. As they fell, they didn't hit the floor. They dissolved into light, not violet, not white, but 1,000 different colors. They seeped into the wallpaper, into the floorboards, into the very air. Downstairs, the great stone began to hum, but the rhythm was different now. It was syncopated. It was erratic. It was a heartbeat. I walked to the window and looked out at the street. The people were still there, but they weren't standing still anymore. A man across the street had fallen to his knees, clutching his head. A woman was laughing hysterically, pointing at the moon. A dog was barking at a shadow. The synchronization was broken. The wash was failing. But as I watched, I saw something else. At the end of the street, where the violet mist had been the thickest, the shadows were beginning to move independently of the light. They were tall, spindly things, with too many joints and eyes that glowed with a cold, predatory hunger. The things my mother had warned me about, the ones who had built the cage. They were coming to see who had broken the lock. I turned away from the window and went back to the stairs. I didn't hide behind the banister this time. I walked down to the front door and opened it wide. The night air hit me, cold and smelling of wood smoke and old leaves. I stepped out onto the porch. The shadows at the end of the street stopped. They tilted their heads, their many eyes fixing on me. I didn't have a weapon. I didn't have a plan. I only had the frequency in my blood and the thousands of stories I had just released into the world. "Come on then," I said, my voice steady in the dark. "I'm watching." One of the shadows detached itself from the gloom and began to lope toward the house, its movements a blur of impossible angles. It reached the edge of the lawn, its claws furrowing the grass. Then a streetlight above it flickered. It didn't go